5:30 in the afternoon on Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. This is a regular meeting of the Colerain Township Board of Trustees. Fiscal Officer Jeff Baker, would you please call the attendance roll?
Mr. Rajagopal?
Here.
Mr. Unger?
Here.
Mr. Waller?
Here. Mr. Weckbach?
Yes, we need a motion from the board to go into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G1 to discuss employment, promotion, and compensation of public employees.
I would motion that we do such a thing.
I will second.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Jeff Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
The board will go into executive session, and we should be back in time for our regular 7 o'clock meeting. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting of the Colerain Township Board of Trustees back to order. Mr. Baker, could you please call the attendance?
Mr. Rajagopal?
Here.
Mr. Unger?
Here.
Mr. Waller?
Here.
Mr. Weckbach, is there anything to report from executive session?
Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. I would ask that you all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you remain standing for a little meditation, there's been a lot of stuff going on in our country, and there continues to be, but I would just remind you that we are one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. And our country's doing a great job getting through this. There's a lot of loud voices out there that would make you think otherwise, but we still live in the best place on earth, and I am firmly convinced of that, and for that I thank God. Amen. And our next item is Fiscal Office. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Board. All I have this evening is asking for approval of the minutes of the June 23rd meeting.
I would motion that we approve the minutes from the June 23rd, 2020 meeting.
Seconded.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? I sent you 2 or 3 typos. Were you able to incorporate those into the final version?
Yes, made some changes also at the request of the law director as well.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
None.
Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
The next item, Mr. Weckbach.
Yes, so board, tonight we're going to start off by providing you with a presentation and an update on some work that was initiated about a year ago. The trustees at the time wanted us to look into some costs and different things around some gateway improvements along I-275 and the interchange on Colerain Avenue. And so, you know, at the end of this presentation, which Mike Iona is going to give, we're going to just be asking for direction from you all on, should we move forward with the project? Should we move forward with the project in phases? Or should we just sort of pause right now and wait for the right opportunity? So with that, Mike, I'll ask if you wanted to start sharing your screen, and hopefully we don't have difficulties with that. Otherwise, I will run and grab something.
Okay. Can you see me? I've shared the screen, and I've also shared. Is that visible?
Yes, yes, Mike. We have the screen up on our
Excellent.
large screen in the room. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And good evening, trustees. Again, Mike Iona here to present the Interstate 275 Gateway Study on behalf of the Colerain Township Planning Department. Okay, so the I-275 Gateway Design Study was a plan as well as construction drawings for landscape and lighting at the Interstate 275 Gateway, both north portion of the I-275 off and on ramp, as well as the south portion of the I-275 off and on ramp that you can see here on this slide. The scope of the study was to provide a landscape as well as a lighting plan for both of these areas along the interchange. The study also included construction drawings with prices for a first phase of the project, which included, which was basically, kind of that first phase to get the project in, which consisted of, some higher level planting of trees, and not really, some of like the ground cover and the shrubs, but, basically to get some trees up as well as to get some lighting. And then the township could, if the township decided they could follow through with, additional phases of the project. So again, this is to, create a palette for the plantings, as well as, figure out how to do the lighting, how So here you can see one of, about 20 pages that was included within the packet that was sent out to you all, as well as made available to the public in the trustee agenda packet. Again, there's about 20 pages in this study. One of the big things on this slide is the plant list. And here you can see that there's a number of trees, shrubs, and then flowers, which are the perennials, and then ornamental grasses and ground covers. The big trees here are the evergreen trees that are the Norway spruce, and those kind of provide the backdrop for some of the smaller trees like the eastern redbud and the Japanese lilac, and then as well as the shrubs, which include the Grollo sumac, which you can see there is at the quantity of 1,770, which is kind of the heavy hitter for the shrubs and that were provided. And then there were also evergreen shrubs, which are the northern bayberry. And then there were also perennials, which included a raspberry wine bee balm, and then ornamental grasses consisting of blue lime grass. And then the ground cover was a purple leaf winter creeper. So why do we choose these plants? We chose them based on a number of factors, and one was because they looked good, but the other one, and more importantly, was because they were appropriate for the soil we had. They're hardy to stand up to the environment in which they'd be planted, including being tolerant to rain, drought, car exhaust, snow, salt, basically all the elements that happen that occur in that environment. And then finally, that they'd be maintenance-free, or as maintenance-free as possible. So if we could plant them, we want them to be as set it and forget it as possible, being as their plants. So I'll move on to some of the plans that they proposed. And again, here you can see kind of an overall plan for the northern part of the interchange. And here you can see the plan is really oriented along like a linear arrangement of the plantings. Those like large linear areas consist of, again, those evergreens, which are the Norway spruces. And then there's some nice groups of, of the bayberries, Japanese silk trees, and then the redbuds, which are all grouped together to provide some kind of highly noticeable accents in that area. On the south side of the interchange, again, here you can see, one of the themes here is that things weren't as linear because the topography and siting really played to doing these very large groups of same species, so that things would be, as noticeable, so that these groups would be noticeable as possible, but also that, if you have a large group of trees and you're missing one, you're less likely to notice it if it's one species, whereas if you have this intricate pattern, where every single species like kind of, plays against the other one. So if you're missing one in that scenario, it's it's a lot more likely to not look as good. So again, going with the theme of easy to maintain, that's why the consultant chose to kind of go with these more larger groups of trees. And again, if you see, you can see the Norway spruces at the bottom here. They really created the Norway spruces to kind of be the backdrop for these larger trees to kind of play off of. And that way it would also work with the lighting aspect of the project, which would, so you could see these kind of more ornamental trees popping off the lights and then popping off of like the darker evergreens to the rear. So again, as I stated before, the study also included construction drawings, which you see here. This is a construction drawing for the north portion of the site in question. And this is a construction drawing that includes, again, planning the first phase of trees, as well as installing the lights, which include accessing electric. So again, here you can see a technical construction drawing that we could use to go out to bid as a township to install this first phase of the project, should the township decide to pursue that. And then here you can see a construction drawing of that the south interchange. And again, you can see the different groups of trees, as well as the electric infrastructure. And here you can see the electric infrastructure. It is dug underneath Colerain Avenue and then across Interstate 275. And finally, the final numbers for the project include a total for everything, and that includes everything that I discussed, all of the trees, installation of lighting, grasses, ground cover, mulching, etc. The total project cost for everything was $323,000 and $323,171. And the cost for the phase one, which included the trees, some mulch, and then the lighting indicated on slides 3 and 4, indicate a total $146,000, or excuse me, $146,797. So as Mr. Weckbach stated before, the ask tonight of the Board of Trustees is that whether or not you all want to allocate money in the budget for this next year, or or on a multi-year allocation, or if you would like to ask staff to seek out outside funding sources of the general fund and township finances, knowing that those may be difficult to acquire in a timely manner, or 3, if you guys just want to shelve the study right now and then revisit it at a later date. So that's all for my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Mike, right now on that, can you hear me pretty good? Mike, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Right now, you know that the people, the group called belong there, CCA, the group, they've been taking care of this beautification over there. They're planting flowers, and every Saturday they go and work on this, cut the grass, and practically they're beautifying that area, both sides. Have you ever, because I spoke to the president of the group today, and have you heard about this? They didn't know anything about this. Are we stepping on their toe doing this, or bring those people a part of this program and make them involved? That's number one. 2 questions. Number one. Number 2 is, how are we collaborating with ODOT, because that property is ODOT property? Did we talk to the ODOT about this project?
Yeah, Raj, so to answer both of those questions, to date, we haven't necessarily collaborated with the Colerain Community Association. They do clean those entry and exit ramps once a month. It's certainly something that we would definitely, do as a next step. The initial ask of the board at the time, and if you recall, this was sort of championed by former trustee Insco, was to get trees and lights in that area. That was, something that was high on his list to do. And so, we brought forward a contract to the board with KZF. The board said to move forward at this time. And so that was the approach that we took. Naturally, we're kind of waiting on direction from you all. And if we want to move forward with the project, I definitely think a next step is to reach out to the CCA. On the other side of things, your question about ODOT, we have had some initial conversations with them, especially because there was a project in Green Township recently that was just done with beautification and trees on an entry and exit ramp. And so we learned a little bit from Green Township on how we should approach that and have already started those conversations if we were to move forward. So, yep.
Also, we can also eligible for the federal grant because the 275 is a federal, they supposed to be the US 27 is before, federal road they gave to the Ohio State to maintain it. So there is possibilities we can also get some federal money on this.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly explore that opportunity. To date, the stance that we have gotten from higher entities, state and federal government, is they are supportive of whatever we wanted to do to beautify the area. But in terms of maintenance and upkeep, that is something that they would request that we maintain.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So it's a great project. I think it'll be great if we get involved, CCA, the Community Association, because they are very dedicated people. And I can send the name of the contact person. He's the president, George Elseford. I don't know you met him. And he's actually, when I told him about this project, he really excited. And if we can bring them as our partner in this project, it'd be a very terrific project. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a good project. I'm a little dubious of the $40,000 worth of lights. That's kind of, but again, just because it's not anything in my wheelhouse doesn't mean that it's a bad idea. From a financial and fiscal point of view, though, I just am not prepared to go forward on this for next year's budget right now. There's just too much uncertainty, and I think it's difficult to ask. We're asking a little bit later on for a fire levy. I think it's difficult to ask folks to pay more in taxes when we're adding something like this on. The $323,000 is a pretty significant number, and just the optics of it at a time of a global pandemic, we're putting in new bushes. It just kind of bothers me a little bit. But from a fiscal point of view, I think I just couldn't support it going forward now. But that doesn't mean I don't support it. Because I think that part of the effort to kind of maybe rebrand Colerain a little bit is to have a better entryway. I just think that we suffer from a timing issue, in my opinion. But I'm just one trustee, one vote.
Thank you, Matt. I think that Mr. Iona and his predecessor have come back with a vision for what this interchange could look like. I do like it. I do not think the township is in a fiscal position where we should consider going forward with it at this time. However, Raj did make the point that property belongs to the state of Ohio. I would encourage you to reach out to ODOT and other agencies that are not local tax dollars and see if they want to improve their property that they have a little bit. And I think in the long term of things, we do need to do something with the interchange. I go past there quite often, and the sign is still washed out, and the grass there's several varieties of non-native grasses there, let's say, and that could certainly give a whole different appearance to the entrance to our access to Interstate 275 if we were able to clean it up a little bit. I like the concept that they've presented. They have come back with stamped engineered drawings, which is what I asked for at the time. I think it probably meets what former trustee Insko's vision was. It's just that at this point in time, in July of 2020, I don't see financing it locally, but I would like to somehow, some way get to that at some point. It's just not right now. So,
yep.
But thank you for everyone who put those drawings and the
Let me
plan
add.
together. Something done.
I think if you look at the Green Township, the I-74 exit entrance ramp. It's beautiful. It's marvelous stuff they're doing. They can able to do this even during this time, and also they had a partnership with the community, Montfort White Oak community, mostly senior citizens. They took a pride, almost like our people, took a pride in that place. I remember I used to send up probationers there to help them do a lot of work to clean up the project. It makes a difference. I know at least we can try phase one, which is $146,700 some dollars. We can, and keep in mind, we can use this to bring these people as a partner. We might get some sponsors. Some of that, trees we need to plant. You can, our local business ask them, could you sponsor for this tree or something like that. You even put a little symbol underneath the tree, and they're happy to do that. I strongly think that it makes the Colerain Township, a little bit better. It's very good image it'll create. People coming out of town or going somewhere. People want to move to Colerain Township. That's the first image they will get about our township. I strongly think we can move forward in the phase one with the collaboration with the local people and the ODOT. Okay.
Thank you, Board. I think that gives us some direction on next steps. And so, what I'm hearing is that we will start to go out there, see what we can find, try to work with some community individuals to see if we can drum up some support that way, and hopefully find some external grant resources to help get this project off the ground.
I will also will set up a meeting with George Isafort,
Yep.
and he's got a lot of local business people contact. It will make it like a nice group effort.
Excellent.
Jeff.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Jeff, and thanks to everyone who put that together.
Thanks, Mike.
The next item is introduction and swearing in of promoted personnel. Mr. Weckbach.
Yes, and for this item, I will invite Chief Frank Cook up to the dais. I believe that in order to maintain proper social distancing, we'll be bringing in each of the several individuals in one by one so that they can have a family member with them during their appointments.
Good evening, Board.
Frank, you can, for broadcast purposes, you can remove your mask if you're comfortable with that.
I'll be in close proximity to
Okay.
each one of them. So, and I guess I can be heard sufficiently enough.
She's got it, okay.
Okay. So this evening, as Mr. Weckbach stated, I'd like to introduce and administer the oath of office to our newest full-time firefighter paramedics, and also our newest promoted fire lieutenant. Each one of these individuals have worked very hard to be placed in the positions that they are. They've all competed in a competitive process, and all have been successful in their suit of full-time and promoted positions. Our first newest firefighter paramedic is firefighter medic Peter Levis. He's accompanied by his wife, Catherine. Peter has been with us since October of 2018. Peter attended James Madison University in Harrisburg, Virginia, and obtained a Bachelor's of Science degree in psychology. He's a graduate of the Colerain Fire Academy. He's also a graduate of the Cincinnati State EMT program. He's a certified fire inspector and recently successfully completed his paramedic training and education. So at this time, Peter, I'll step up here, and if you will. Hold your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. I, Peter Levis. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will uphold the Constitution of the United States. That I will uphold the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of Ohio. And the Constitution of the State of Ohio. And its bylaws. And its bylaws. And that I will faithfully execute. And that I will faithfully execute.
firefighter paramedic, the duties of career firefighter paramedic, and in for Colerain Township, Hamilton County, and the state of Ohio, to the best of my ability, so help me God. Peter, congratulations and welcome to the position.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Peter and Catherine.
Congratulations.
It's a great day for your family.
James Madison Colonials, right?
Dukes.
Dukes, okay, I knew it was something like that. Great school in the beautiful part of the country. Thank you for your service. It's George Washington Colonials.
Hey, Mark, it's Larry. Can you hear?
Anyway,
Our next new employee is firefighter paramedic Blake Riemann. Blake has been with us since January 2019. He served 5 years in the U.S. Marine Corps as an infantryman, attended the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, and studied pre-exercise science. He's a graduate of the Colerain Fire Academy, also a graduate of the Cincinnati State EMT program. Blake recently successfully completed his paramedic training and education. Blake, if you and your wife will stand up here.
Hold your right hand and repeat after me, please. I state your name.
I, Blake Gregory Riemann,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio
and its bylaws,
and its bylaws,
and that I will faithfully execute
and that I will faithfully execute
the duties of career firefighter paramedic
the duties of career firefighter and paramedic
in and for Colerain Township,
in and for Colerain Township,
Hamilton County,
Hamilton County,
and the state of Ohio,
in the state of Ohio,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Blake.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service in the Marine Corps as well.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, I didn't want to make another mistake.
And our last newest firefighter paramedic is Austin Walter. Austin has been with the department since July of 2018 in a part-time capacity. Walter comes to us with 6 years of previous fire service experience, served at various departments around the county and the region. Most recently, he served 3 years of full-time service with the City of Monroe Fire Department. Austin is a graduate of the University of Cincinnati Paramedic Program. He also attended Cincinnati State Technical and Community College, where he attained an Associate of Applied Science degree in Fire Science Technology. Austin, if you'd please step here, front here.
He's accompanied by his fiancee, Alyssa. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Austin Walter,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will uphold
the Constitution
the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio
and its bylaws,
and its bylaws,
that I will faithfully execute
and that I will faithfully execute
the duties of career firefighter paramedic
the duties of career firefighter paramedic
in and for Colerain Township,
in and for Colerain Township,
Hamilton County,
Hamilton County,
and the state of Ohio,
and the state of Ohio,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
So our last introduction and swearing in is Lieutenant Eric Riefenberger. Eric is accompanied by his wife. Eric has been with the department since October 2005. Eric possesses state certifications as a paramedic, fire safety inspector, and also fire instructor. Eric also has certifications as a technical rescue technician in various disciplines when we discuss technical rescue. Eric has worked very hard to meet the standards within the department as far as our succession management guide. He's worked to meet the levels of training required to assume a position as a first-line supervisor. He's also worked to meet the National Fire Protection 10,021 standards for first-line supervision fire officer. In doing so, he's successfully completed the Fire Officer 1 program. He's attended the Maxwell 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership program. He's also attained a bachelor's degree from the University of Mount St. Joseph in physical education and health. Eric also supports our interdepartmental services program. He's one of our self-contained breathing apparatus technicians. So he's responsible for maintaining and repairing our self-contained breathing apparatus. And then in 2019, Eric was awarded the EMS Provider of the Year award. So Eric, if you would please step up here and raise your right hand for me, please.
I state your name, Eric Riefenberger. Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio
and the Constitution of the State of Ohio
and its bylaws,
and its bylaws,
and that I will faithfully execute
and that I will faithfully execute
the duties of fire lieutenant
the duties of fire lieutenant
in and for Colerain Township,
in and for Colerain Township,
Hamilton County,
Hamilton County,
and the state of Ohio,
state of Ohio,
to do the best of my ability,
to do the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Eric.
So as this is probably the last time I'll have a chance to serve in this capacity, I'm very confident that each one of these individuals will be very successful in their careers. Like I said before, they've worked very hard to be successful in gaining the positions that they have, and I think each and every one of them has a very bright future with Colerain Township Department of Fire and EMS. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
And next item, Mr. Weckbach.
Yes, so the next item on the agenda is a public hearing for a TIF district. So I think we've all had various conversations here, whether it's at the Zoning Commission or at the Board of Trustees level regarding the development that is off of Sovereign Road. And so with that had said as sort of the introduction, this is a statutorily required public hearing that you all have to have before taking any action. And so I recommend opening of the public hearing on the establishment of a TIF district.
I will motion to open up a public hearing on the establishment of a TIF district in the Northridge area of Colerain Township.
I'll second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? And is that the correct way to address it? Or was there a number that went with that hearing?
Larry, is there anything else that we need to add to that motion?
No, that sounded good.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
As of right now, Board, my understanding is that the only two individuals signed up to speak on this are the developers, the Perleybergs, so both Mike and Matt Perleyberg, who are in the room with you right now. So if you would like to call them to speak, that should be it for public testimony.
Would they need to be sworn in first?
Yes, and Larry will do that.
Yes, and I can't see, so will you please tell me where they get up to I can't see what's going on, but I can hear.
Should you, would the first one of you like to come to the podium and introduce yourself, and both of you stand so Larry can swear you both in at the same time?
Well, my name is Mike Perleyberg. I'm with the Four Horizons Group, and I'm the owner of the property that's in question. And we just stopped by this evening. If you had any questions, we could help you out with those.
Okay, and so Larry
Please raise
can...
your right hand. Please raise your right hand, yeah. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this public hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So the purpose of a public hearing is for you to give us any information that you think we should have. It's not so much of a question and answer session, but do you have any comments you would like to make respecting this?
I do not. I was just going to be here in case you needed something from us.
Okay, and did you have any comments to make? Yes, sir. And is there anyone else here that would like to speak to the issue? I've seen no one.
Yeah, I would recommend that you all close the public hearing then.
I will motion to close the public hearing on the TIF in the Northridge, right? What was the name of the TIF again? Yes.
Yes, the Northridge TIF.
Northridge TIF, yeah.
I will second Mr. Waller's motion. Is there any discussion about closing the public hearing?
None.
Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
The public hearing is closed. The next item...
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Weckbach?
Yes, so the next item is another public hearing. This is on Zoning Commission case ZA 2020-03, better known as the Lake Gloria Development. Typically with these, we start off by having staff do a presentation. So Mr. Iona will provide that presentation, and then I will make a recommendation that you all open the public hearing at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weckbach. Again, good evening, trustees. Since this is a part of our zoning resolution as far as a procedure for approval or disapproval of these types of text amendments, I'd ask that you all make a motion to open the public hearing. Or do I do the, actually, Larry, do I do the staff report first and then we open it? Or do we open it now?
Normally, we do the staff report first, because you're not under oath, you're just giving the staff report, and then we open up the public hearing for people to testify.
That sounds great. Then I shall provide the staff report. Okay. The submitted request this evening is again ZA 2020-03. It is a zoning map amendment on a preliminary development plan on a proposed request for approval of a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 49.1 acres located at 10511 Pippin Road from R6, that's an urban residential zoning district, to PDR, a planned development residential zoning district, to develop 139 multifamily residential dwelling units. The applicant is Redwood USA LLC, and the property owner is KVR LLC and Equity Trust Company. The site in question is located along the east side of Pippin Road. The subject property, again, contains approximately 49 acres with a lake that has a surface area of approximately 13 acres, covering approximately 27% of the site. There is currently one vehicular access to the site provided off of Pippin Road. The configuration of the lake and wetland areas on the site, as well as the land topography, really blocks vehicular access to the land areas located along the south of the site, as well as the west portion of the site. The lowest elevation of the site is at the southeast corner, and it rises approximately 40 feet from the southeast corner to that northwest corner. And that's over a distance of approximately 1,500 feet. The lake is actually retained by an earthen and concrete dam that parallels Pippin Road and is fed by a stream entering the property at the northwest corner of the site. The lake is drained by a spillway on the northeast side of the property in question, and the maximum depth of the lake is approximately 20 feet. Again, here on this slide it's a location map of the site in question. You can see the subject property. Immediately surrounding the property to the north is Northwest High School. The areas to the southeast and west, as well as the peripheral areas to the northeast are currently occupied by residential uses, primarily single-family residential uses, but there is some multi-family residential dwelling units located within close proximity to the site, more specifically near the intersection of Pippin Road and Struble Road. The peripheral areas to the northwest of the site in question, you can see Rumpke, as well as Triple Creek Park, which is located on the other side of 275 and is accessed off of Pippin Road, which crosses 275. This is a 1996 aerial of the site in question. Here you can see the lake, the old golf course that was operating on the site as a commercial golf course. And then you can see the parking lot and access point located on the east side of the site off of Pippin Road. And you can also see there's also a clubhouse. The clubhouse still stands today. That's located just to the north of that parking lot. Fast forward about 10 years later, this is a 2006 aerial of the site in question. And one of the things that you can see was added to the golf course is a putt-putt course. If you look at the top part of the lake, you can see that they filled in a portion of that, kind of like dogleg to the north, and they installed a putt-putt course in 2006. And then in 2019, today, you can see that the golf course is no longer operational. The putt-putt is no longer operational, and much of the site in question has deteriorated or grown back to a more natural environment. Many of the trees that once stood along both sides of the fairway of the golf course still stand, but there's also, significant, scrub brush and other invasive species that have really grown in throughout the area. Again, the clubhouse still stands today, and you can see the parking lot, which is currently a gravel lot, that still sits on the site that's accessible from Pippin Road. At this time, I want to point out a little bit about the golf course and how it was operated. Now, as I stated before, the golf course, putt-putt golf, and the clubhouse on the site were all operated as part of a commercial recreation for-profit venture, meaning that it was never really open to the public in the sense that, it was owned by the township or Metro Parks or some agency or government institution or agency that, was just a general access park that people could go and fish or walk through the park. This site has always been private property, and, the golf course, and whether or not they let you fish there, I've been to the site, and you can see some of, the sitting areas next to the lake. Again, that's private property, and that was all operated as a for-profit operation, and it was never really a park that was, just open to the public for public use at any time. So I just wanted to bring that up. I've heard conflicting things from the community at the zoning commission, so I just wanted to bring that up at this point in the presentation. There is some history on the site in question, and this kind of goes back to property rights. In 2007, Mallard Point was proposed on the site in question. This was a by right proposal, meaning that they didn't need a zone change to execute this plan. This is Mallard Point was a subdivision that, again, they were approved. They met zoning requirements. They applied to Hamilton County, and they went through the Hamilton County process for subdivision, much like any other developer would do if they're going to go through a by right subdivision process. This plan didn't happen, but as it pertains to the site in question, it contained approximately 104 multifamily dwelling units. Now, these were intended to be condos instead of rentals, which is what's being proposed with this application. One thing I do want to point out here is that you can see that the road in this development was also dedicated. So when you, as part of the normal subdivision process, the by right subdivision process, private drives are not permitted. Streets are created, and those streets are then dedicated to the township, as you all know. After the final development plan or the final plat is approved, and all the construction and improvements meet the specifications of Hamilton County, they then, the streets then become adopted by Colerain Township. So that is one difference, whereas in this plan, the developer or the applicant is proposing to construct private streets. Now on to photos of the site in question. Here you can see a picture looking across the lake to the west. Here you can see a picture of the site in question looking to the west along the south bank of the lake. And these, I decided to show the leaf off photos because they do a better job of showing you kind of what the site looks like, whereas the photos that we recently took didn't quite show you all the things that you'd be able to see when we took the photos originally, leaf off in February when this was originally submitted. Here you can see a view of the site in question looking to the east from the west side of the lake. And on the other side, you can see the existing clubhouse, and that's where just over the other side of the lake is where the existing access point and parking lot is located. This is a picture looking south from the north bank. You can see some of the existing residential located adjacent to the site in question. Here's another photo looking across the lake at existing residential located within close proximity of the subject property. Here's a picture looking to the north of the site in question, and again, you can see Northwest High School, which is located immediately adjacent to the site on the north. And then here you can see a photo right there at the property line, looking to the north over into the Northwest High School property. And here's a picture of some of the flora and fauna of the existing open space areas located on the south, and this typifies kind of the natural areas that are located on the south and west side of the lake. Here's a photo of the existing clubhouse. Here you can see how it fronts the lake, and then you can see a photo to the rear of the, looking towards the rear of the existing clubhouse, which is still in very good condition. And then as it pertains to the Pippin Road frontage, the two pictures on the left of this slide show the existing access point, and then the two pictures on the right hand of this, or the right portion of this slide, show the approximate location of the two new access points that are being proposed as part of this development. And then finally, these pictures show the low retainer dam located on the site in question, from two different angles, looking to the north and looking to the south. As it pertains to the current zoning, the site in question is currently zoned R6. The R6 zone permits single-family, two-family, three-family, and four-family units by right, meaning that any property owner, whether it's this one or any property owner in the future, is allowed to construct on this site a single-family home, two-family homes, three-family homes, and four-family homes, whether condos or apartments, provided that each dwelling unit contain a total of 7,500 square feet, meaning that a single family would need 7,500 square feet of lot area, a two family needs 1,500 square feet, a three family needs 22,500 square feet, and a four family needs 30,000 square feet. And a two family would require 15,000 square feet, not 1,500, I thought you said that. So again, based on these current regulations, this site could be developed very similar to Mallard Point without a zone change. But the applicant, when they submitted their application, they came to staff and they said, look, we're looking to do something that's a little bit different than just, turning out standard four-family unit dwellings. We'd like to, they asked about how they could, vary the type of product that they wanted to put up there and, best create a plan that would, meet their objectives and take into consideration the form and function of the land topography and existing conditions on the site, which is why they submitted for the planned development district. To the north of the site, as well as to the south, east, and west, you can see those areas are also zoned R6, which is what the site's currently zoned. And that's an urban residential zone that, again, permits a variety of residential uses from single family to four family dwellings. The peripheral area to the south, again, at the intersection of Pippin Road and Struble Road, is currently zoned planned development business. That site has a strip commercial center as well as a gas station. And then to the south, you can see along Pippin Road, at the bottom of the slide, you can see another area that's zoned planned development residential, and that is currently occupied by multifamily residential dwelling. It's an apartment complex. So what are the intent of planned development districts? Well, the intent of planned development districts for the regulations within the zoning resolution are as follows. One, they're to allow for flexibility in the zoning requirements, where the result will be a higher quality development. Two, to provide for and locate suitable recreation facilities, open space, and other common facilities while preserving the existing landscape to the greatest extent possible. To encourage sound planning principles as it pertains to the site layout, the arrangement of buildings, again, the preservation of open space, and the utilization of the topography on the site. The fourth is to allow for the applicant as well as the township to obtain a creative and coordinated design that exists in harmony with the surrounding areas and that allows procedures that are supplemental to the application procedures in other districts to meet the objectives of the planned development district. And then number five, it's to really allow for creative development that conforms to the goals of the comp plan, but which also provide a benefit to the township while protecting the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as, ensuring that the development's not going to be, adversely impact surrounding property owners. The PD development process is a little different than typical processes. It's really consists of two phases, a preliminary development plan and a final development plan. The preliminary development plan is where the applicant comes in, with some very general, discussion or plans about the project. In this case, the applicant's provided, almost the level of detail that you'd expect in a final development plan, which is great. But typically at this level, we're really talking about, is the intensity and density of the use appropriate? Is the character and form of the development appropriate? and things like that. And at the preliminary development plan level, there's an application that the applicant submits, and then there's a staff review. Staff then does the review. We go to the zoning commission, present our findings. There's a public hearing at the zoning commission, and then the zoning commission makes a recommendation to all of you, and then you all hold a public hearing, which we're doing now, and then we'll take action on this item. You all will take action on this item on the July 28th meeting. Now, if supposing that this plan is approved, what that does is it solidifies this preliminary development plan and allows the applicant to come in with a final development plan that addresses any issues and concerns that came forth in the preliminary development phase, as well as a development plan that addresses the conditions and recommendations made from the Board of Trustees, as well as any other agencies that were part of the review process. And then that's what's addressed in the final development plan. And that process consists of an application, a staff review, and then the zoning commission takes final action on that. I do want to point out, if any plan that makes it through the preliminary development plan phase and is adopted by the Board of Trustees, that plan is then set in stone, meaning that it can't change. They can't add units. They can't change the configuration of the streets. They can't change the number of landscape, the type of units, any of that, unless they come back through this process. If they want to sell any of the land that's contained within that development, they have to come back through this process. Anything that they would change within this plan would have to come back through this process in the preliminary development plan. Now, and again, that's where the final plan is more of that fleshing out of all the little details and all the recommendations and conditions that came from the preliminary development plan. So that's the PD process, which is a lot different than a by right subdivision or development process like Mallard Point or other projects where that application goes to Hamilton County. Staff review is really restricted to, does it meet zoning or doesn't it? And we can make comments to the Rural Planning Commission in our letter, but typically, what they're really looking for from us through that process is it's really black and white. Do they meet the area and height requirements? Are they permitted use? Okay, and then it really is a very administrative process that's carried out by Hamilton County. Now, through that process, they certainly review all the criteria for sewer connectivity, how stormwater, drainage, wetland impact on any wetlands. As it pertains to this site, it would be any impact to the lake, they look at sewer capacity and things like that, and then they review that against their codes, and then they'd either approve it or disapprove it. So those are the difference between the two. And now on to the development. As it pertains to the submitted development plan, it does indicate the site in question, again, occupying 49 acres. And that lake covers about 13 acres of the site, or a quarter of the site. The plan calls for the construction of 139 multifamily residential apartment units that would be located in 30 buildings, and each of those buildings would contain from 1 to 8 units in each building. And most of the buildings contain approximately 4 to 6. If you look at the one building that contains 1 unit is the clubhouse that they're converting into a 2-bedroom unit, and then the 1 8-unit building on the site in question is located on the east side of the site in the area where the existing parking lot is, off the existing access point on Pippin Road. All of the units in the development are going to be 2-bedroom units. That'll be the mixed type, with 2 bathrooms and 2-car attached garages. Each unit will have its own individual driveway that will also provide parking for 2 additional vehicles. The overall project density is 2.83 acres, and that takes into consideration the lake, compared to an allowable density of 5.8 units per acre if that lake were to be drained and redeveloped. The site plan also shows a gazebo that you can see, that middle access point on Pippin Road leads to a a gazebo, and this is an area that would be open to the public. It's an amenity that overlooks the lake for different views. It has parking, and it's intended to be open to the public as well as residents. Vehicular access to the site is provided off of one existing access point as well as two new access points. The north access point that you can see here on the right-hand side of this slide leads to a majority of the development. The middle access point, again, leads to the proposed gazebo that would be open to the public as well as residents. And the south access point leads to that 1 8-unit building and then the clubhouse conversion. Scattered throughout the site in question are an additional 45 off-street parking spaces. The applicant is providing, instead of public streets that have, that typically have on-street parking associated with it, the applicant is proposing to do a private drive. Private drives are something that would not be dedicated to the township, and as such, there's no dedicated right-of-way associated with these, and as such, the township does not take on any responsibility for maintenance or repair of this with this project as it pertains to any new additional roadways. The landowner would retain that liability and that responsibility, and if this project were to be sold in the future to another a property owner, that property owner would assume that responsibility. In the event that property maintenance and repair wasn't being taken on any of the buildings or any of the private drives or landscape, that's something that is addressed through our code enforcement team who deals with those issues throughout the township. But again, as it pertains to parking, you're going to see an additional 45 spaces, and the intent of this is to provide additional off-street parking for residents in the event that they have, event where they need more than 4 off-street parking spaces for their visitors, because again, there's no off-street parking in the site. The landscape plan shows a significant amount of landscaping throughout the site, and it consists of deciduous trees, ornamental trees, and evergreens. I can tell you that the amount of landscaping they're proposing far exceeds what is required within the zoning ordinance, and that in addition, a significant portion of the existing natural areas on the site, particularly located on the west of the site and then the south of the site, are being preserved as open natural space, and the developer isn't touching any of that. The applicant also proposes to preserve the tree line located to the north to provide a buffer between the development on the site and the Northwest High School. If you look to the top right corner of this slide, you can see that one of the conditions that was recommended by staff and added as a condition in the recommendation by the zoning commission was to add some additional landscape in that northeast corner of the site in question, to ensure that all of the development was properly screened from visibility from the surrounding property owners to the greatest extent possible. And you can also see a landscape buffer located at the bottom of the slide here, which is kind of the south boundary line of the site in question. And you can see that the site is very well screened and buffered from the adjacent residential property. Here you can see the proposed open space plan, and you can see that the applicant conserves a significant amount of the site. All the areas on this slide that are shown in a green hatch are being proposed for conservation and preservation by the applicant, and what they're planning to preserve is approximately like 69 to 70% by a rough calculation of the site in question as open space, in addition to the landscape that is being planted on the site. And then here's a slide that shows the architectural features of the type of multifamily structures that are being proposed for the site. Now, there are multiple floor plans that are going to be available for a tenant to choose. The rents will range from $1,300 to $1,800, and I think the applicant will elaborate more on this when they discuss the proposal themselves. But from what they've submitted, staff's done our review, and again, all the units are going to be these 2-bedroom, 2-bath units with a 2-car attached garage in unit. And the exterior building materials will consist of a combination of lap siding, shingle siding, and stone accents, mixed intermittently along the vertical and horizontal elevations of the buildings. And then this slide shows some additional architectural features. Again, you can see some of the multiple gable architectural accents located on the front of the proposed structures. And then there's, again, that mixture of siding. And then this slide also shows some of the accent lighting and accent fences that will be provided by the applicant in the plan. And then, again, here's this slide shows a photo of the interior features. All of the units will feature a vaulted ceiling, granite countertops, a dishwasher with garbage disposals. And then each unit will also feature in-unit laundry, and then a walk-in pantry. Now, the findings for approval for any preliminary development plan are as follows. The board, as well as the zoning commission, in making their recommendation to the board, as well as the board in making their decision to whether to approve or deny the preliminary development plan and corresponding zone change, are subject to the following findings. Number one, that the proposal is consistent with the comp plan. Number two, that the uses will have a beneficial effect on the community. Number three, that the internal streets and primary and secondary roads are properly interconnect with the surrounding areas. Number four, that the site's going to be accessible from public roads, and those roads are adequate to carry the traffic that will be proposed within the submitted development. Number five, that the applicant provides a minimum common open space, and that any open space has a plan for maintenance, is basically what that says. And in this situation, there's not a homeowner, it's just going to be a private property owner. And then number six, that the preliminary development plan is consistent with the intent and purpose of the resolution, as well as the intent and purpose of the PD districts that I discussed earlier in my presentation. And that number seven, that the development plan has been transmitted to all other agencies, review agencies, and that there aren't any significant issues that would not allow the development to occur. And so staff, as well as the zoning commission, provided a favorable recommendation of the proposal based on the following. And as it pertains to the comp plan, the zoning commission found that the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This site is located in the Beavis Pleasant Run character area, and it borders on the rural North Dunlap character area to the west. The policies called out within this area include development with access to central sewers, minimizing cul-de-sacs, development of pedestrian infrastructure, interconnection between developments, and development with the density similar to existing development in the surrounding areas. The comp plan further states that all proposed developments should have access to sewers and sidewalks throughout the development and along Pippin Road in particularly, and that the plan also stresses that that any new development should be a high quality development that will withstand the test of time. And quality and factors include landscaping, signage, building materials, and site design that are being provided in the architectural design of the structures proposed by the applicant. Additionally, the comprehensive plan also lists attached residential, which is what is being proposed, as an appropriate land use for this area. As it pertains to number 2, the proposed use is having a beneficial impact on the community. About 76% of Colerain Township housing is single-family residential dwelling units or single-family homes. Of the occupied housing in Colerain Township, 74% is owner-occupied. And so there was a market study that was conducted in 2018 that indicated that, the first-ring suburban areas like Groesbeck and Northbrook, would be good candidates for new rental housing, provided that the rental housing was of a high quality and standard. Additionally, a lot of the multifamily housing in Colerain Township is more than 30 years old, and there currently is a gap in housing options within the township for a higher quality rental option like what's being proposed. As it pertains to number 3, internal streets and connectivity. The internal streets are proposed to be private drives. The proposed width is about 20 feet, which can accommodate two-way traffic at low speeds. The advantage of private drives is that it eliminates the township's responsibility for the cost of repair and maintenance, on this development. Furthermore, the access point along Pippin Road appear to have site distance that coalesce and coordinate or that meets the requirements of the zoning resolution. Now, as it pertains to the site being accessible from public roads and ensuring that those roads are adequate to carry the traffic created by the development, the site in question is accessed off of Pippin Road. Pippin Road appears to be able to handle the new capacity created by the development. The proposed site plan, including the new intensity and density that would be created, was forwarded to the Hamilton County engineers for comment. Their comment was that a traffic study would be required for the project to identify any issues or improvements that might need to be made due to what the applicant's proposing. So what that looks like is that, if this plan is approved through the preliminary stages, the applicant would go out, do that traffic study, and figure out what they need to do, if anything, as far as improvement-wise on Pippin Road or on the site to ensure that they meet the requirements of Hamilton County engineers for ingress and egress onto the site based on what the applicant is constructing. Number 5, as it pertains to the minimum common open space areas, the applicant will own all of these open space areas. And while there's not an HOA, they certainly have a plan to maintain that. And they will be responsible for maintaining that. And if they don't, they would be subject to our property maintenance code. As it pertains to the development plan being consistent with the intent and purpose of the resolution, the proposal does meet all the requirements of the zoning resolution. In many cases, the plan far exceeds the requirements of the resolution, particularly as it pertains to the preservation of open space, where the resolution requires 25% and the applicant is providing approximately 70%. And then as it pertains to the landscaping, the landscaping the applicant is providing is far in excess of what is required on the site in question. The other benefits that the plan provides is that it's going to bring the site back to a usable site, and it will increase the property value and therefore the taxes on the site in question. One of the things that the applicant has also done is that they've also provided that gazebo, which will preserve a portion of the lake, which even though it wasn't, a general open to the public amenity, it's something that, that the community holds dearly. And in their plan, they do provide that gazebo that's open to the public so that any member of the public now is permitted to go to that area and look over the lake and have a picnic or do anything that they'd like to do there. And then finally, number 7, the preliminary development plan has been transmitted to all the applicable review agencies. While they have provided comments back, there's none of the comments that have come across that have just said this absolutely cannot happen. Most of the comments are just, kind of the boilerplate. Yes, this can happen, but these are the things that we need to see to get you through the review process. That will be done at a later stage. If there was anything that was specifically called out by any of these agencies as quote unquote, this development can't happen, that's something that we would specifically have brought up in the staff report and made in our recommendation to the zoning commission as well as to you. Again, the zoning commission voted 4-1 to accept and provide a recommendation of proposal of approval on the proposed preliminary development plan and map amendment to the Board of Trustees, subject to 4 conditions. And one, that is for that a public sidewalk be constructed along Pippin Road in compliance with the design standards of the engineer and the township. Number 2, that a concrete sidewalk be constructed along both sides of the primary entry drive, that north entry drive from Pippin Road to the first intersection of the private drive. After this intersection, that sidewalk can turn into like, just one side of it being like a walkway through the development. Number 3, that the final development plan include a landscape plan that addresses the preservation of how the existing buffering along the north property line will be taken care of, and then how they're going to maintain and preserve that open space. Particular consideration should be given to providing additional screening and buffering in the form from the adjacent residential uses located along the property line to the north. And number 4, that the final development plan be in keeping with the submission materials submitted within the preliminary development plan. And then, and as it pertains to the variance request, so the applicant did apply for a variance request based on the number of parking spaces they have. The proposed plan shows 2 garage parking spaces per unit, as well as 2 off-street parking spaces in the driveway of each unit. And then they have that shared parking of 45 spaces throughout the development, which totals 4.33 spaces per unit. The maximum allowable, because we have a minimum and a maximum threshold in our parking regulations, is 2.2 spaces per unit. Again, so the result is a variance request of 2.13 spaces per unit. And the applicant is seeking this variance request because, again, they're doing a private street. And as I stated before, private streets don't have, that typical on-street parking that you get, so that if somebody has a graduation party or some type of event where they need overflow parking, they can have that provided on street outside of their driveway. With a private drive, there is no on-street parking. And as such, the applicant is providing additional parking on the site in the form of these kind of visitor parking pods. Staff was in favor of the proposed variance, and the zoning commission also provided a favorable recommendation of the variance. So that is the summation of my staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the staff report.
So, board, before we start asking questions, I would request that you all have a motion to open the public hearing for zoning case ZA 2020-03 in accordance with the Township Zoning Code.
I will motion to open up a public hearing for ZA 2020-03.
I second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
None?
Hearing none. Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal,
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
The public hearing is open. Mr. Weckbach?
Yes, so my understanding is that we have 3 people who wish to speak tonight in person. One of those is the developer. As I count the individuals in the room here with us, we're at 8. So to not exceed the governor's order of 10, if you all are open to it, I think it would probably be beneficial to have the developer in here while the individual residents come in to provide their testimony.
That would be fine. Also, I have a list of questions that came
Sure.
via email that I'm going to ask on my behalf. I'll be a proxy for that, and it would be helpful to have the developer in for that too.
Sure, and I will comment that there was an email that we received from Calvin Hunter.
Yeah, that's what I'm,
Okay.
yeah.
Right, and because he's not here and able to be sworn, you would go ahead and ask those questions.
Right.
Because I was going to read that, but I'll let you take
Well,
care of that.
portions of it I think are for public address because they're just kind of positions, and the questions
I'll
I'll
read that
ask.
during the public address later in the
Okay.
meeting. But please go ahead, Matt.
Yes, so having said that, if it makes sense, I would ask that Greg Thurman, who is the developer, that he comes in and takes a seat so he can hear the questions, and then whether or not you want to read those comments now, or if you want to call in our first speaker that's waiting in the rotunda.
Yeah, let's call in Mr. Thurman, then call in the speakers, and then I can ask if it pleases the rest of the board.
Sure, and are the other folks that are out there connected with this? Because we could ask our 3 fire department guys to step out if that would give us more capacity.
Well, I think for sake of fairness, it probably makes sense to ask Greg to come in himself, and then we can invite the first speaker, who's Keith Miller, in to provide his testimony.
Okay, that's fine, yes. And to those watching at home, we are bound by that 10-person limitation.
Yes.
We're following all social distancing protocols here, and go ahead.
Absolutely. So. Mr. Thurman, I know this is a little atypical, but if you want to take a seat, and then we'll invite in our first speaker, and he can address the dais. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. So, Mr.
Do you want Mr. Miller to come in?
Mr. Miller?
Yes, please.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller?
Yes, I think he's
He's coming.
He's coming.
Oh,
Oh, sorry about that.
that would explain it.
So will Mr. Miller need to be sworn?
Yes.
Okay. Larry?
Yeah, Jeff, is he there? I can't see him.
He's working his way.
And as well as Mr. Thurman at this point too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you would swear anyone that wanted to speak at this hearing? Go ahead, Larry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this public hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, Mr. Miller, did you want to go ahead and approach the podium?
Listen to his talk outside.
Could you talk into the microphone, please? Thank you.
So I listened to him talk outside. I think they don't have they're not sure on exactly what they're doing. They don't have a complete research on what they're talking about yet. They're wanting my money to develop this property so they can make money again. A TIF is designed for a low-income business. Get on the internet and look it up. It's very easy. It takes about 2.5 minutes to learn what a TIF is developed for. It's not for Rumpke. It's not for Duke. Thank you, Dan. But that's not what a TIF's designed for. It takes 2.5 minutes to listen to it. I listened to Mills told me to listen to his. It took 17 minutes for him to ramble 3 times, repeated himself 3 times on his 17 minutes to explain to me what a TIF was. And not once did he touch on what a TIF really was. Developed for low-income businesses, not Rumpke's. I don't know who this developer is. I don't know if he's a low-income business or not. I have no idea. But I don't think they have a complete plan yet, and they're not looking at the complete plan. They need to do more research before they come in here asking for my money. That's my opinion. I wouldn't say that I should have been sworn in for that, but let's get the TIF used right in this township. Let's quit taking the money out of my pocket. I'm tired of that. And so is my neighbors. We're all tired of being robbed. We just got money back because our TIFs run out, and now we're filling them back up again. Duke being the first, this being the second. How many more are you going to give out before you get your butt out of here? Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
The next speaker, I believe, is Taryn James. So as Mr. Miller exits, we can have Taryn enter. Thank you.
And this is Karen?
Taryn.
Taryn. Hello, Taryn.
Hi.
Could you please approach the microphone and our attorney will swear you in?
Ma'am, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this public hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. And I would like to comment that this hearing is for a proposed map amendment changing the zoning on a site. This is not a TIF hearing. This is, okay, thank you.
I heard him. I didn't know what.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Please go ahead.
Yes. My property is right across from where they're wanting to build. Oh, I'm sorry. My property is right across the street, and I heard them talking about sewer well, not issues, but I heard them talking about the sewer being able to handle it all. It won't. I usually have to call Hamilton County Sewer Department probably 2 or 3 times a year because my whole back is flooded from the creek, from the sewer not being able to take all the water from the subdivision up on Struble. And I just want them to do a drastic, try everything out. I mean, not try everything out. I'm getting nervous. I'm sorry.
No, you're doing fine.
I just want them to do like a real study on it, not just say, we think we can do that.
Okay.
It can handle it, because the sewer can't. And even the water from the overflow from Lake Gloria now, without properties being over there, comes up under Pippin and comes right to Tri-State Foliage. Are you familiar with that?
Sure.
Across
Yeah,
the street?
I've been up on the site twice lately.
Okay. So it's comes right up under the street, backs all that up where his gravel drive is, and then we have water coming behind our house that meets it, and it just backs up into my yard. So it's really a problem.
Okay.
And then also the traffic, when they do their traffic study, if they can do it when school is, well, not when school is in, but during the transportation time. Because in front of my house between 2:45 and 6, it's standstill traffic going southbound. Northbound isn't too bad, but southbound is ridiculous. And then you have the semis going to Tri-State Foliage, which backs the street up going northbound. And as far as the sidewalk, are they going to stop the sidewalk right at the last driveway?
After the meeting, the developer, after you're speaking, the developer's right there, and he'll probably address your questions.
Okay.
That's him sitting right there to your right.
Okay. Yeah, because if they stop the sidewalk right at the last driveway, you have kids from Northwest School District going southbound, and the church is right there with the hill. So they have to come back across the street in front of my house, which that traffic is a mess. So it's dangerous for them to even cross. And then them walking down, there's no sidewalk. There's kids coming all the way from Northbrook. There's kids going down Springdale that they have to get to all the way from Northwest High School. So that's a mess. And then my main thing was the water. And I seen when I was out there the entrance and the exits where they plan to put those, which one is right across from my house.
Okay.
I believe that is it. Is there any way I can get a copy of that? I missed the last meeting. I wasn't able to attend.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Mike, is this available online? And if not, is it something that we can get online?
The plans are all available online on the planning department website in the now pending section. And then all these plans are also available in the trustee packet tonight as well. But if you go to the Colerain.org and then you go to the planning webpage, click on now pending, you'll see it right there on the home page. You'll be able to access all the applicant submittals and staff documents.
Okay, and it'll have this exact layout I'm looking at?
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay.
And tomorrow, if you're, or whenever you're looking, if you're running into some problems, feel free to shoot us an email or give us a call, and we'll try to help you navigate.
Okay. All right.
And then do we have your contact information?
I don't believe so.
If you could pass that along to Mr. Weckbach.
Okay.
And thank you for bringing up good, thought-out questions.
Yeah, because
Thank
the
you.
water is the main thing. It used
Sure.
to be a 50-year floodplain. It's twice a year now. Twice a year, not 50 years, twice a year.
Okay. If you could leave your information, we'll make sure the developer has it also, and you can get in touch with him and get it all worked out.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And then the final speaker tonight is the developer themselves. So, Mr. Thurman.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 in the room. Can she sit there and listen, or does she have to go out?
I think for sake of consistency, if you wouldn't mind exiting to the rotunda so that we're just...
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
So good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Thanks for coming.
Press the mic a little bit.
Please raise your right hand.
I already was sworn.
He's sworn.
Well,
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this public hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Are you, sir, you're 15 feet away from me. Are you more comfortable removing your, I think that would be good because the sound will pick up better for
Plus
the
I can't
public.
articulate so good.
Sure, you can take your,
Voice.
you're in good shape.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. Thanks for getting through this. It's a tough process, and I'm doing it all over the city this way and up in Dayton this way. But thank you for having me. My name's Gregory Thurman. I am the acquisition manager and project manager for Redwood Living, also known as Redwood USA. The 1-minute version is we worked with staff prolifically for several months, several plans, several ideas, and came up with our application as you see before you. We do agree with staff's recommendation and conditions. We had a robust and engaged discussion at the zoning commission as well, and we agree with their recommendation. Of course, it's in our favor, but I'd like to address a couple of questions that were heard here, and then if we want to engage in more conversation that you may have questions, I think we can address that as well. I usually give a presentation at this time. I can't add anything more than what staff has provided with you. I've read it inside and out, and if there's questions, I'm sure we can get to the bottom of any questions that we need to. First of all, Mr. Miller spoke about TIF financing. I'm not sure why, because I'm not seeking any. I'm not seeking any TIF financing. So whether we're in a district or not, that's up to the township to manage and decide how it's spent. So I'm willing to come in here and invest our equity to make this project happen. So that, I don't know how those rumors get started, but it's always there, it seems like. And then Ms. James talked about her downstream water problem. We're going to be scrutinized to the nth degree for a couple of reasons. EPA has, or there's streams on the property that EPA will enforce jurisdiction over. The Ohio Division of Wildlife will also enforce jurisdiction over that because there are streams that we're impacting. We're making minimal impacts, which is great for a PUD plan. Instead of creating a stream and eliminating a lake and developing it, we're preserving a lake and trying to preserve as much corridor, stream corridor, and wooded property as possible. As far as the downstream concerns, we're going to be scrutinized by the Public Works and Hampton County engineer. And a lot of times we can fix a couple of things that are coming at us. We're a downstream property here from all the upstream properties, so we take everything. We're not allowed to block flow of any uphill properties, just like downstream can't block any uphill properties. But we'll work with the county engineer, and if there's a complaint in their file about downstream flooding, let's remember that's storm sewer, not sanitary sewer. But if there's any storm sewer concerns, we may address them. And oftentimes there's a small thing we can do that makes a big difference. So we're good neighbors, we're good stewards. I've been developing in Colerain Township for 20 years and have 10 projects, single family under my belt. I'm gonna have family and friends that are gonna live here, and they live in the township now, so I'm not a hit and run scenario. The other thing, while I'm on that little subject there, Redwood does not sell properties. We develop and keep and operate all of our properties. We've been in business since '91, a little over 29 years. We operate currently in 8 states. We have 2 expansions slated for this year if we're ever allowed to travel again. But we have a little over 13,000 units that we operate. I just got a report today, our rents received are over 97%, which is probably unprecedented right now with rental properties in the United States.
For this July?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, to date today.
But to date, yeah.
So, and we're 98.5% leased. So we attract the transition of mom and dad becoming grandma and grandpas, selling their single family estates and deciding where they're going to have 1 or 2 homes near kids, maybe participate with the grandchildren. So we have a strong clientele. They're subjected to credit reports and financial applications, just like a mortgage is. And the folks that live with us tend to live so over double and triple the national average, which is just over a year for the national average. We have folks that are still with us 5 years down the road. So it's a great place to live. It's a great transition. It's a housing stock that was identified on the comp plan, and there's nothing in Colerain Township serving that. This is a great corridor to boost the housing stock in. I'd like to recognize that. And we'll get back to Ms. James' questions here before I'm off on a tangent. Sorry about that. She mentioned the traffic. We'll do a full-blown traffic study. We don't get to pick when we do the times. ODOT determines, or Hamilton County in this case, will determine when we do our traffic study. We have to submit a scope of study to them, and they have to approve it. So, you know, everybody thinks a developer can come in and just wave a wand and get their way, and it's never the case, especially in today's environment. Even 20, 30 years ago when I was doing this in the township, the regulations just seem to double every 5 or 10 years as far as what we have to do. And it's for the better. So, you know, those of us that are good at it are still in business, I guess. But so the traffic study will be done in accordance with the scope submitted to the Hamilton County engineer. There is a little silver lining. We have traffic studies for 12,500 units that show our traffic impact is about 1/4 of a single family home. So we have mostly retired folks living with us, and that generates traffic that are what are considered non-peak hours. So they won't be coming out in rush at the AM peak, which is rush hour, or the PM peak. So we'll abide by whatever the study indicates there and whatever the county engineer decides that is appropriate for us. So is drainage? Oh, and the sidewalks. We're going property line to property line on our property. So we're putting in as much infrastructure as we can. And yes, downstream of us or uphill of us, there's challenges, but that's off our property, and we're doing our part to put sidewalks on our side. And if there is, dare I say the word again, but if there is TIF financing in this district, that can be used for sidewalks to be extended depending on the purview of the TIF agreement. But I'm not part of that. So That's all I had for the responses for the opposition that spoke tonight. If you want to field some questions, we have a plan in front of us here. I don't want to regurgitate what was presented to you already. It was well done. So
I hit a couple questions, one from me and then a group from a citizen. On the sidewalk, is there a difference? I don't know this answer, and I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but you're a developer, you probably do. The width on a sidewalk, if it's like headed to a school versus not headed to a school, or if it's on Pippin instead of like a side road, is there a, so?
There's no width requirement. There's probably a 4 or 5 foot width requirement with the Hamilton County Standard section on a thoroughfare road.
Yeah, I think it's 5, is it?
So I'll abide by that. That'll be scrutinized.
So I don't know if there's something that the township can get involved with. I'd be interested in this, kind of Raj's bailiwick, so maybe he could speak about it. It being a little wider, just for the purpose of people walking back and forth to school. I don't know if that's something that the township could
Requirement, they will, we submit the plans, so Jackie has all the details.
Okay. Now, these are questions, I think a lot of them were answered in the presentation, but I do want to make sure, I did indicate to the resident that I would be his proxy for this. So there's no mention of traffic lights at any entrance or exit. That's going to be handled by the traffic study.
That's right.
Yeah. The private drive, there was concern who's going to be responsible if you sell. I think you indicated that you usually don't sell, but I think Mr. Iona indicated if you do, it's going to be the new property owner's responsibility.
It's just like a Target.
Right.
You take it from the curb and they own it and maintain it.
There is a concern that we haven't heard back from Soil and Water, County Engineer, Sewer District. That usually happens at the next step.
They don't want to touch it until we submit engineering
That's right.
plans. And we got several submittals that we'll go through with them.
A real specific question about what effect will the spillway and levee overflow have on the downstream properties and creeks?
Well, that's the part that we help with. Right now, there's a weir. So any rain that, there's a term for the height of the dam, so the water can fill up and spill out in a controlled manner. But freeboard is what that's called, I'm sorry. But we will have to control that specifically with an analysis of the before development runoff and the post-development runoff. And again, that's part of the Public Works in Hamilton County's purview. So we'll be scrutinized pretty heavily here because we're the last man in the area. And we're the lowest man in the area. So we get everything. And if we can fix it, we'll fix it. And we're not going to get permitted without doing it properly.
What's the total value of this development? Do you have?
This would be 15 to 20 million.
Okay. And the reason I ask is that one of the questions indicated that it would add nothing to the tax base. At 15 to 20 million, it add 120 grand roughly. That's your area, but I think about 120 grand to.
Yeah, I was always told not to do math on the spot, but it would be in excess of $100,000 just with that valuation.
Mr. Unger, do you think I got all of Mr. Hunter's?
When it comes to the next part of the meeting, I'll just go ahead and read it.
Okay, yeah, but I think I got all his questions, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And it sounds like Mr. Weckbach has your phone number, and if we had any follow-up questions, we can.
Yeah. And thank you, by the way, for considering Colerain Township. I've taken a look at your Centerville property. I love it. I mean, I think it's a fantastic property. I mean, it's the product that you produce is. I think the word Mr. Iona used was unique, and it is unique. I mean, we're talking some high-quality stuff on the inside that construction materials that is really impressive. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's going to be a great project for our area.
Is there, what is our time table look like after this? Once it passed,
after if there's a referendum period, after that point, we're solid then with zoning. We take about 6 to 8 months to get through all the engineering, and we break ground the day we get a permit usually.
So what's your target on finishing?
So if we start, let's go to 2021. It'll be 2 years after that. 2023, we'll wrap up the last few units back there.
You complete the whole project by the,
Yeah, we go as fast and hard as we can because we have a waiting list the day we promote it.
thank you.
Great. Could you go ahead and give me your phone number? I might follow up later with other questions.
Yes, sir. It's 513
Yeah.
458
Uh-huh.
9810. That's my cell phone, so you can text me to call or email
Okay,
me.
great. I
Yeah.
sure appreciate it.
Yeah.
Did you have any other comments?
I really don't. We did a good job here, and I say that collectively here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Was there anyone else that wanted to speak at the public hearing?
I've received no other names, and just as a sort of where we are with the trustees here, so once we conclude this public hearing, you all will have the opportunity to either provide more input to us, and hopefully at the next board meeting, we will come forward with a resolution that will look very similar to the zoning commission's recommendations, and that will be your opportunity to make your final decision on this matter.
Okay, great. And there was no one else out in the rotunda?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So you're not voting tonight to?
We're just having a public hearing to take input.
Sure.
And
Yep.
and then.
That's
the-
excellent then. So
Statutorily, we have to wait till the next,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you know when that's?
Yes, so that'll be July 28th.
Okay, excellent. Thank
Yep.
you.
We meet on second and fourth Tuesday.
Yeah, I look forward to standing outside for a couple hours.
Well, we appreciate you coming out.
Thank you so much.
And with no other speakers, then I would go ahead and make a motion that we close the public hearing on ZA 2020-03 Lake Gloria Development.
I will second that motion.
It's been motioned and seconded. It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
The public hearing is closed. And the next item will be citizens' address. And so this is when we take comments from citizens. We've had things.
We allegedly have two that are waiting to come in to speak as well, so.
Okay, and I'll let you read this one then. Okay, so should one of us go out and bring them in?
I can go and coordinate. The first person up on my list is Angela Nix, and then the second person is Keith Miller. So I'll
great.
go let Angela know to come in.
Thank you for being here. Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome to go.
Thank you so much.
And I will go ahead and to make use of our time, we did get a few by email. And if Jeff Weckbach knows the answer, while we're waiting for them to come in, I'm going to go ahead and read the first one, Jeff, and it's from Mr. Jim Acton. And it is, after 3 to 4 years of Colerain Park playground area closed, what is the status and opening date that families can return to see their children have a park in Colerain that they can call a children's safe park? Have a blessed and happy day, Jim Acton. Did you have any comments on Colerain Park?
Yes, Ms. O'Connell is going to address that during her administrative report tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And here is our first speaker. Hi.
Hi.
If you could introduce yourself.
I'm Angela Nixon. I live in Skyline Acres on Blue Lark Drive.
Hi, Angela.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I have one comment and one concern. I live off of Neptune and Pippin, and this is a very dangerous situation. I've called the police department several times, as well as a few of my neighbors. When you turn off of Neptune onto Pippin, if you're going to the right, there's a house at 8634 Pippin that has several cars that are in operation and is blocking the view, is turning on to Pippin. It's very dangerous. I've seen so many kids run out. Well, they're coming around. There's a big van and you really can't see, but it's causing a lot of problems coming out of Neptune. And I've actually seen a hit and run there as well. So I just want someone to address that. When I've called the police department, they've actually said that they can't do anything about it because the car has current tags. But because it's obstructing the view, I mean, there really has to be something done. It's bad.
And
Is this car permanently parked there?
Permanently parked. There's probably 6 cars in that driveway, and then I would say probably about 4 or 5 of them are down.
Don't we have like a city ordinance that, township ordinance that only they can park so many days, like 3 days or so?
So if it's in their driveway, it's a different discussion. But on the street, yes, there's a rule around time. Now, part of the difficulty that we're dealing with is there was recently an appellate court decision that prevents us from being able to go out and actually mark to be able to have the physical evidence that shows that the vehicle hadn't moved in several days. I believe that court case determined that was an unlawful search and seizure. And so our police department has been trying to navigate ways to find an avenue around that to address some of these issues. One item that we do have available is if it's a junk vehicle, so if there's a way that we could show that it is clearly inoperable or something to that effect. And so that would be something that we could look into and explore.
And that's fine. I know that this Colerain Township said that because it's in their driveway and the tags are current, that they really can't do anything. But I'm just asking that maybe someone can go over there, come down Neptune and see how difficult it is, and then maybe even go over to the home and just say, I know we really can't, I know they can't do anything, but is it possible to move that vehicle because of the problems that it's causing for the people coming in and off of Neptune?
What about a traffic mirror? Would that be a possibility there?
Well, the question there will be if it is on Pippin where we would like a traffic mirror, where would the Hamilton County engineer get involved, and would they allow us to do that at different times? They say no, or they may say yes. So we can certainly ask them that question as well.
Angela, I'll run over and take a look at it. I'd like to go out and look at stuff. That's the best way, is to lay eyes on it and see it.
The best thing to do is to come down Neptune, come in the neighborhood and come down Neptune at the stop sign, and then as you're trying to turn on the right, turn right, you'll notice that it's difficult to even see. And I'm in a high sitting SUV, so I can see a little bit, but it's difficult.
If you could give me your contact information, I'll follow up with you.
Okay.
There's a paper and pen.
All right. Are we done with that?
Yeah, don't say.
Okay.
You can give it. Did you say your address 864 Neptune?
No, their address is
their address.
8634 Neptune, the one that has the cars.
834.
8634 Neptune.
34.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, I'm
Pippin.
sorry. 8634 Pippin.
Okay.
That's their address where the cars are.
I'll be happy to run over and look at it.
I
We'll
would
look at it.
appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll look at it.
Okay. So this is a concern that I've had over the last few years. I've lived in Skyline Acres since I was 4 years old, and I'm 52 now. We've had a lot of change in the neighborhood, as you know. There's a lot of criminal activity going on. There's just so much going on over there. And I just want to say that when the sheriff department was there, things got done. I really appreciate the sheriff department. They were very friendly. They made their presence known a lot. Now I know that Colerain Township is busy. The neighborhood has changed throughout Colerain Township. But there needs to be a little bit more presence coming through Skyline Acres. And I say that because I've sat in 2015, 2016, several times calling the police to come out because the criminal activity down at the bottom of Blue Lark Drive. They're blocking the streets, making videos, drinking, shooting dice, even shooting. We have elderly neighbors, 85 years old, that's right there in the middle of it. And there's a lot of, they're scared to death. They've even called the news station out on that before. But what I'm complaining about today is I really have bad feelings about Colerain Township Police, because they will come out if you call about a dog barking, noise, music, heck, someone built a shed. They'll come out and check that out. But if you call them out because there's someone shooting a gun or blocking the street and you can't even get on your own street, it takes them 2 hours, maybe 45 minutes, if they even show up. I sat in my car for 2.5 hours one night to see if the police came, and they didn't come out at all. So I talked to the dispatcher one day. I came up here, and she basically said, well, how do you know if they didn't come out? Because you didn't see them. They could come in a unmarked car. And I said, well, maybe that's true. I said, but it's just sad that whenever someone calls the police out there, when we really need them, they don't come. But they'll come if someone calls about a dog barking, or, like I said, loud music. And then the part that really bothers me is I'll get a phone call from someone asking me, do I have your support for the police department? No, because you guys don't come out and see us. Then they'll come out in the neighborhood with a few hot dogs and pop and chips and sit down in the field during time for election or levy passing. And the neighborhood, all the neighbors talk about this and we laugh about it because we're not going to come out and support if we call you when it's something real serious and you don't come. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Go ahead, sign that.
You have to, I'll follow up with you. Thank you. Were you completed speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have another, I guess Frank's going to go out and get them.
Yep, and it's Keith Miller is the next speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming up tonight. We appreciate your comments.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Hello, Keith.
Hello, I'm back. It's been a long one, I will say that. Been a long day for me. I had to cut the grass. My legs are tired. But what I want to talk about is just the politicians of Hamilton County and Colerain Township that's got collusion with crime, or what I'll say is misuse of my money. And I'm just tired of that, for number one. And let's talk about the politicians downtown in that courthouse. Let's talk about Joe Dieters again. I like Joe Dieters. He's a crook. Rumpke gets by with homicides. Theodore Rumpke gets by with 2 homicides. A man's allowed to run over Officer Woods and walks away scot-free. And what's Joe Dieters do? He turns it over to Elliot, or what's his name, Isaac. He did turn it over to grand jury because grand jury would have indicted. So he turned it over to Elliot Isaacs, City of Cincinnati's police chief. And then I worry about one other thing in this township is we got a great insurance package. Do we have that because, you remember when Joe Dieters got prosecuted Tracy Hunter for helping her brother keep the job? And then he got caught after that getting jobs for somebody, which is the same crime, and nobody prosecuted him. I'm just wondering now, are you friends with Joe Dieters' family? Is that how come you got your job? Is that how come you got your job? I got to wonder, is this building filled with Joe Dieters' friends and continuance? So he looks good, and that's why there's such a great insurance package with great retirement? How many years you got to have to be vested? Does anybody know that on the retirement packages building? How many years you got to be vested? I worked for the city. You had to be 15 years to be vested. I'll find that out, and we'll talk about it again. I'm very redundant. I'm going to keep being redundant because the crime is redundant. My money being misused by Jeffrey Mills. Everybody says Jeff's running the room. And we are rarely divided. The people of Colerain Township are divided. This room is very united against the divided neighbors. Northbrook Group, they was divided even. One of them's backing out and the other's backing Matt, so Northbrook Group, they was even divided. So what do you want me to say about this room? They're doing pretty good dividing us and uniting themselves, and the uniting themselves is criminalizing us. I'm just tired of it all, I've come in here, tried to change this room, and I failed. But I ain't quit. My thing now is to make sure people like you don't ever get a vote from these people again, Dan. These people shouldn't vote for you because you give their money to Duke. I got to pay for my own sidewalk, but Duke don't have to pay for theirs, and they're a multi-billion-dollar business? Oh, God, Dan, you upset me so bad. But I'm going to study your career on the school board. I see you, one term on the school board and then one term over here. And what's your next? You're going to go upstate and vote however you're told up there? Because that's what you're doing here. And I'm looking right now, pretty sure this is the gang of 2 again. Well, you give the man 3% raise to give away $5 million of my money, or $4 million to school and $1 million of my money. The school money's not mine because I'm a Mount Healthy Tax School District. But still, $4 million to Rumpke so he could build a road and sidewalk to nowhere? And I was told that Rumpke did, we built that building and we paid for it. I don't know if they got a grant or whatever for that, but I know everybody denies that we paid for Rumpke's building, but news said we paid for Rumpke building and then they shut up. I tend to wonder if our media don't sell us out. You know, Rumpke says, here, take this actual cash and don't tell them that anymore. That's what I feel about 9 News. 9 News sold me out when my neighbors got run over. They've said Rumpke run over 2 of your neighbors, took their lives, a mother and a daughter jogging. And then they come back and they said Rumpke got 30 days for not showing up for court. Again, we talked about this already. And then when it come down to the final gavel that Rumpke got time served, which was 30 days for not showing up for court, that's 0 days for 2 homicides. 9 failed to tell you that. Every media in this town failed to tell you that. When Jenny Keys wrote our stuff about the TIF, all she wrote was distractions. She didn't write what was going on. She wrote distractions. Rumpke got a $4 million TIF. She wrote Target got a TIF. She wrote Lowe's got a TIF. She wrote that, what's the little mall behind, by Myers there, that they got a TIF too.
Stone Creek.
Stone Creek, they got a TIF too. I'm thinking, what's that got to do with Rumpke getting a TIF? And the Lowe's TIF, Lowe's don't even own that building. Lowe's don't own that property or that building. They lease it. That ain't their building. So, you know, who really got the TIF? Since Lowe's didn't get the TIF, and if Jenny Key's been doing her job, she would have known that TIF wasn't given to Lowe's because Lowe's don't own the building. Lowe's leases that building. So Jenny Keys can't even get her facts straight. But you know what she did do? She moved to Amberley Village. That's what Jenny Keys did. She moved down to Village. So somebody's making sure Jenny Keys is well taken care of as she keeps writing distractions from this building instead of the truth. And if you've been in this building and you listened to what went on and then you read Jenny Keys, what she wrote in the paper, you know she's writing fiction and distractions. She don't know what the truth is. She hasn't wrote it for years. That's the job you ought to get there. You ought to go work for the paper. Because I think you can tell my story.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good night, and pleasant evening, my neighbors.
Thank you, Keith.
And Rod, Matt.
Thank you. And was there anybody else out there? Because we do have a few that were.
No, I think there was only 2 of us to talk.
Okay, and then there was a few that were sent in by email. So we'll go ahead and.
You want me to do this one for Ms. Moores first, and then?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead, Matt.
So there's a number of questions on here that we'll handle. Please read my comments and provide answers to the questions. Now that the board will be asking residents to pass a levy in support of the fire department, would the board reconsider requesting the refund of $60,000 from the IRS? That $60,000 refund of taxpayer dollars from the IRS would go to the fire department. What possible reason can you give to ignore this amount of money? Do you want me to go through this one by one, or?
You just have to just read them.
Okay. Any update on public records? Mr. Baker met with the state auditor regarding this matter. Has anything new transpired in the last 2.5 months? Can you please explain the system for responding to public records? Is it oldest, newest? Please explain the process you're currently using. On page 234 of your policies, it states that, quote, any employee of Colerain Township, including the designated custodian for each township agency, who willfully fails to fulfill public records by failing to adhere to this policy may be subject to disciplinary action as established within the Colerain Township personnel policy, end quote. Could you please tell me what page of the procedure manual that describes the disciplinary action? What is the disciplinary action that could be taken by the board? Or is there no consequences, which there has been for years? Has Mr. Mills indicated that he may seek employment if his contract is not renewed at this time for 2021? If not, there's no reason to approve the contract at this time. Again, the board is disregarding due diligence. Mr. Mills has more than 5 months to prove his value to the township. What is your rush? With changes to the vacation time, what exactly has changed? According to the previous policy, date of hire employees has earned 80 hours of vacation. Doesn't seem possible that you can earn 2 weeks by doing nothing. Accrual rate was not listed. What was the rate? The new vacation leave shows the hours accrued per pay period based on the years of service. Are these rates approved or recommended by OPERS? However, Mr. Mills' contract stipulates that he gets 4 weeks on day one of his new contract. Does accrual of hours per pay not apply to him? This is a legal document. I ask you to be specific. Why would his be different? I think the process should be universal for all employees. It appears Mr. Mills has been receiving more vacation than was allowed by years of service, and still is. And again, this is all from a letter from a constituent. There's a page to approve additional vacation time for many employees. Due to vacation not being posted to employees' record, why were these hours not posted? The UAN is set up to accrue hours per pay period. Please explain this in details. It does not make sense. Why is each employee different for the number of pay periods the vacation was not posted? One employee had not had vacation posted for over a year, one for 16 pay periods, 22 pay periods, 17, 18 pay periods. How does this happen? Who is responsible for this, and why has it been neglected? I'm attaching a copy so it may be easier to understand what I'm talking about. It appears that someone in the finance office has been negligent, and it goes back to mid-2019. Again, where is the accountability? With the many changes made to policies handbook, will the changes be marked with effective date? There should be a date to avoid confusion of old versus new change in policy. And there's the employment agreement and the vacation pay period since last vacation deposit listed as well.
And when it's time for administrative report,
Okay.
Mr. Weckbach can respond to those. Okay, and then there is an email we received from Bob Stevie, and I will go ahead and read that. I would like to recommend an addition to the permit application. Please add, open quote, owner acknowledges that this application doesn't conflict with any existing easement or covenant that runs with the deed. Obviously consult with Mike Iona on this matter, but something that clearly puts the onus on the landowner to respect existing covenants would be helpful. Thank you, Bob Stevie. I have another one from, and then you can do yours the next. I'm going to read one from Jackie Brockman. To whom it may concern, I live on Fair Glen Drive. Several years ago, several neighbors approached the board several times asking for a gate at Clifford Park. After several attempts, it was approved and installed. We were so thankful. We loved that cars were not going in and out of the park at all hours of the night. Things were going great, but comes January 2020, they stopped locking the gates. We have had several crimes on our street. Most everyone has cameras on the street. We need help again. We are asking for the gate to get locked or speed bumps. Cars can come out of the park speeding all hours of the day and night. We as a street are willing to open the gates every day. We know we can't close them daily. We will do whatever we need to do to have the gate closed again at night. Since the COVID, we understand we can't attend the meeting as a street. If we can meet as a street with someone to discuss this more, we would be happy to. We would like to have just a little help to make our street a little safer. The gate was working. Thank you for listening. Look forward to hearing what the decision is. Jackie Brockman. And then I think Raj received one, and if you want to go ahead and read that, Raj.
Sure. Thanks, Dan. This is from Mike Comella. He's a resident. So we are still having problems in my Northbrook neighborhood with illegal dirt bikes traveling at high rates of speed through this residential area. It is a public safety. Then he went on to send another message saying the riders were out there racing on Sturgeon earlier this evening around 8:15 p.m. The speed limit on a Sturgeon is 25 miles an hour. I could not doubt they were going about 55 miles an hour. I did call 321 cops last Thursday evening around 9:30 p.m. after the activity on Sturgeon included wheelies at very high rates of speed. A sergeant did a drive through this area that evening. It is frustrating because what these dirt bike riders are doing is openly illegal and goes against public safety with the excessive speed and reckless operation. The most consistent time it occurs is early evening until dark, 8:15 p.m., 10 p.m. But it happens most days of the week, sporadically day and night. If there is no penalty or consequences, this activity will continue on Northbrook and will lessen its image. The Port Authority has added Northbrook to the list of focus area. This means Northbrook will have access to the Port Authority's REACH program, whereby distressed properties can be improved, property values can increase, and Northbrook's images as a neighborhood will advance. Thank you for moving Northbrook forward by ending these public safety violations. From Mike Camello.
Thank you, Raj.
Thanks, Dan.
Do you want to take that one, Matt, and then I'll take the next one.
This is from Bruce Pirano. Trustees, concerning presentation I-275 Gateway project design and cost estimates. This project was yet another expensive dream of past trustee Greg Insko. Our current gateway is well maintained by community groups and does not need an extremely expensive and glitzy remake. We should not be considering an approximate $340,000 remake of the gateway when the township needs any unused or uncommitted funds for higher priority needs, such as township police and fire. How much do we pay KZF to prepare this proposal? Concerning resolution ballot language, fire department 3.0 mils. As I've stated before, we support our police and fire departments, but any additional resource needs to come out of the township general fund, where all the township priorities are ranked and funded based upon residents' needs and priorities. As I stated in my 5/19/20 trustee input, quote, in regard to putting a levy on the November 2020 ballot for the fire department, I've always felt the police and fire resources should come out of the general fund and be prioritized along with all the other township desires and needs. We have excellent police and fire departments, however, soliciting the voters, many who do not directly pay taxes, to increase our already too high property taxes as separate items as a way for the township to leverage the two most important services the residents need and want, while keeping the general fund to be used for activities with far less priority. This is obviously done knowing that the residents are more inclined to vote for police and fire levies. My suggestion is to reprioritize the general fund to resource what is reasonable for the police and fire departments, followed by road maintenance, before asking for any new tax levies. Those of us who actually see and pay property taxes are fed up with the increased burden on our personal resources, when those who do not see or directly pay these taxes continue to vote for these new taxes and in reality use a disproportionate amount of these resources. Those who are to disproportionately pay for township and school resources and benefit very little from their services are actually at our limit of tolerance for any more taxes. Bruce Pirano.
Thank you. And we had received, and Matt briefly touched on this during the public hearing, but there's some items on the Calvin Hunter letter that I'm just going to go ahead and read it, and it's going to take about 2 minutes to read it. To the trustees of Colerain Township, Raj, Matt, and Dan, I've attached a letter regarding the Redwood Lake Gloria Development, expressing my feelings and questions regarding actions of the Colerain Township Zoning Commission and pending approval by the trustees. A number of important issues are highlighted from the staff summary and references back to the original administration and planning agenda from March 17, 2020, when all public hearings were halted. This trustee meeting on Tuesday, July 4th, 2020 would only be the first public hearing, unless I am mistaken. Is it not a matter of due process that 2 public hearings are required? Please read my letter, and you have permission to read it at the Tuesday trustee meeting. However, I will be unable to attend or address the trustees in person. Thank you each personally for putting in the extra effort and facilitating communications with the citizens and continuing the work of Colerain Township during this unusual period in our country. Best regards, Calvin Hunter. And his letter references public hearing ZA 2020-03 Redwood Rental Apartment Homes at Lake Gloria. Trustees of Colerain Township, gentlemen, I am in opposition to approving this project for the following reasons. Number 1, rental homes versus apartment buildings still equals no vested interest in the property by the tenants, propensity to neglect care of building and landscape, and little regard for internal property damage of their units. Why not condominiums where there is generally pride in ownership? 2, how do non-property tax-paying renters benefit the township when not paying property taxes and we do not have a township earnings tax? Not that I'm asking for an earnings tax. 3, private drive as described in staff summary page 6, item 3. The internal roads are proposed to be private drives. The proposed width is about 20 feet, which can accommodate two-way traffic at low speeds. An advantage to private drives is that it eliminates township cost for repair and maintenance of the roads. Please ask, who will be responsible for maintaining the landscapes and streets when the Redwood LLC sells the project to some other entity that has no presence in Colerain Township? Many rentals seem to have out-of-state owners that ignore complaints and fail to do their due diligence with properties and buildings, as the city of Cincinnati continually faces. Is there a HOA to support proposed project street maintenance, snow removal, and landscape maintenance? 4, traffic safety on Pippin Road is of greatest concern. Pippin is already a bypass road to avoid Hamilton Avenue and Colerain traffic, with most cars exceeding the speed limit by 15 to 25 miles per hour. Drive up Pippin around 5 o'clock in the afternoon and see for yourself. The road is already very congested, especially when Northwest High School is in session and Pleasant Run Elementary and JRH farther north. Having 3 access points to Pippin from the development only creates more possibility of accidents. And in bold it says there is no mention of any traffic light at any entrance exit. Next, the continuing point 4, with 139 plus apartments times 2 car garage units equals 278 potential vehicles or more. The developer's site plan calculates 601 cars maximum with 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway plus 45 guest spaces. Added to the traffic mix simply puts the children at the schools and surrounding neighborhoods a greater risk. 5, how can the Colerain Township Zoning Board or the trustees approve any recommendation from preliminary development plans before review, comment, and approval from these agencies? Staff report, page 7. And the agencies are Hamilton County Stormwater, Colerain Township Fire Department, Hamilton County GIS, Hamilton County Soil and Water Conservation, the Hamilton County Engineer, and the Metropolitan Sewer District. Number 6, Soil and Water Conservation and Hamilton County engineers need to provide a report or a civil engineer's analysis on flood and overspill potential of the levee in Lake Gloria for the 100-year rain events. So far, the response from Hamilton County Stormwater District, I'm going to guess that's what the acronym is he has here, is the standard letter stating the general terms of the erosion prevention and other requirements during construction. Also, since there is a lake involved feeding a local stream, this comes under the Army Corps of Engineers jurisdiction. See the letter dated February 7th. Section 3, it states, the Hamilton County cages indicate the presence of streams along the site. Impacts to streams including fill placement, is regulated by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The approval from USACE for stream impacts associated with earthwork, if any, must be provided. Please contact Lori Moore of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers at McKelvey Road Office, 825-1901 for questions. Given the density of this development at approximately 50 to 60% loss of surface area capable of absorbing high rainfall, the green space and open area does not count as water absorbing in this case because it is 60% lake and the rest of the undeveloped land is south or east of the lake. Most of the actual developed area streets, driveways, and roofs, stormwater runoff will flow into the lake, meaning approximately double the water flow into the lake. What effect will the spillway and levee overflow have on the downstream properties and creeks? Number 7, a traffic impact study has yet to be provided and other approvals may make this project untenable. See Hamilton County Engineers letter dated February 17th. States a traffic study is required, paid for by the developer. Perhaps the trustees need to investigate the reasons the Colerain Township Zoning Board approves projects without the data required by the county and ODT where applicable and other agencies. Number 8, why does the Colerain Township Fire and Police not respond with comments regarding the additional service and response increase of these high-density developments? Please ask Jeff Mills and Michael Iona why they are continuing selling the idea that more rental units and rental developments for Colerain Township is a good thing. How do they contribute to raising the level of confidence of businesses and existing homeowners in Colerain Township to want to move into or stay in the township for that matter? Look at the growth of Ross and Harrison and Mason areas over the last 10 years. This is where many former Colerain residents have chosen to move and invest their lives. Lake Gloria has since its existence been a community green space and wildlife sanctuary for its neighbors to walk their dog, picnic, and enjoy a quiet place. Some neighbors adjoining the west side of the property even keep the grass cut to maintain the green space in recent years. Colerain Township needs stronger crime-free neighborhoods and to project a higher ideal and expectation for the residents. Let's get our future focused on profitable tax-paying businesses, less TIF or tax increment financing, more upscale restaurants and residential property owners, not high-density land development without significant returns. Note, what happened to the Mallard Point development? See the article posted June 27, 2007. Indicates single-family homes will replace the golf course of the Lake Gloria site in Colerain Township. Will be attached in groups of 4. There was no mention of rentals. Check the Colerain Township Zoning Commission 2007-08 agenda to see if Mallard Point was ever presented to the Colerain Township Zoning Commission. I am standing together with hundreds of my longtime Colerain neighbors asking the trustees to vote no on this high-density project. Respectfully, Calvin Hunter. And I think, did you have any other ones, Matt or Raj? And we can address these during our individual reports if we have any comments on these. I don't know if Kathy wanted us to read the contract for Jeff Mills, but we can bring that up when that comes up on the agenda. So with that, that would conclude the citizens' address, and we'd move on to administrative reports.
Thank you, Board. And certainly as we go through these administrative reports, if there are specific questions that we haven't addressed, absolutely bring those up for us again because we may have just missed them. To start off tonight, we're going to start with the Fire Department and Chief Cook.
Chief, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Discuss a little bit about emergency incident activity during the month of June. So during the month, we responded to 701 emergency medical incidents, 138 fire incidents, and we responded into the contract area of Springfield Township, Pleasant Run Farms 38 times. It was a busy month in regards to building fire activity. We had 5 what I would consider significant incidents during the month. Out of the 5, 4 of them occurred in businesses, resulting in what I would consider high dollar loss. The first one occurred on June 4th on Colerain Avenue at the Grippos plant. Fortunately, the fire alarm system made early notification to us. The building fire protection system, the sprinkler system, was able to contain the fire and control it, and all we had to do was go in and pretty much just mop it up and ensure that the fire was extinguished. The second one occurred on July 11th in the 8400 block of Colerain Avenue at a business called City Trends. Here too, the fire was extinguished by the sprinkler system. It was a incendiary or criminal act was the cause of this fire. But again, because of the sprinkler system and the early warning by the fire alarm system in the business, the damage was minimized. And then on June 13th, we were involved in a technical water rescue incident at the Great Miami River and US 27 bridge. That incident subsequently ended up being a body recovery the following morning. A gentleman entered the water while they were fishing and recreating, I guess, if you will, there on the Ross side and tried to swim across to the other side and was unsuccessful in his attempts. And then on June the 14th, another building fire that occurred happened in the 4700 block of Blue Meadow. There was a garage fire with a vehicle in there. Significant damage and loss during that incident. June 15th, Red Lobster there on Springdale Road. Fire occurred overnight, resulting in about $70,000 worth of damage. The suppression system subsequently activated, but due to the damage of the food preparation equipment and resulted in the large dollar loss, if you will. And then on Sunday, June 28th, fire occurred in 11,000 block of Hamilton Avenue. This was a car dealership. The building sustained about $50,000 in damage. So, like I said, it was a busy month for building fires and high dollar loss. Dollar loss for the month equated to $178,901 for the month. And then our incident response time, our average response time for arrival of the first units on scene was 5 minutes and 18 seconds. And our first unit was on scene in less than 6 minutes, 72.2% of the time. That concludes my report. Any questions, comments from the board?
Thank you, Frank.
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned about 701 the medical runs. Any recall any coronavirus related medical run? How is that?
Mr.
Colerain?
Raj, I don't have that data with me.
Mhm.
You know, each week when we have our COVID meetings, Captain Packer reports on the number of COVID-related runs that we do make. And while I don't have that data here in front of me, I can say that each week there are COVID-related EMS runs that we do make.
What's your thoughts in Colerain rates going up or through our observation? Anything? Coronavirus? No.
Yes.
No. Okay.
We are making runs, and I just don't have the data here in
Right,
front of me to
right.
give you a good answer.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Next up will be Chief Mark Denny from the Police Department.
Good evening, everybody. The June Police Department data, officers responded to 134 calls a day average, so it was 4,031 calls for service for the month. Made 197 traffic stops, made 11 DUI or OVI arrests, made 72 criminal arrests, and the average response time was 8.7 minutes for the month. Thank you.
Chief, I got a question for you. You probably, I read one of the citizens' concern in Northbrook, one of the street, Sturgeon, and some other streets. There's a big thing going on the dirt bikes. They kind of ramping that neighborhood. So, do you have any idea how? I think one of the sergeants responded to the call. Any type of prevention are we going to take?
We have an extra patrol request in for that very complaint now. It's just a matter of the officers, unfortunately, needing to see a violation. We can't write a traffic citation for an event that was not witnessed by the officer. So we do try to put the peak times and I could check the extra patrol request to see how many times they've responded, but I know it is in the extra patrols for that beat.
Okay. That'd be great, Chief. People will appreciate that.
Yes, Mark, and we did have a citizen here on call. Yes, Mark, we did have a citizen speak about 8634 Neptune, and I will follow up with you on that tomorrow.
Thank you. Yes.
That's 8634 Pippin.
Yes, it is, because she changed that. It is 8634 Pippin. I guess that's right at the corner of Pippin and Neptune, and I will follow up with you tomorrow on that, Chief Denny.
Thank you.
Chief, I also got a number of, one was the same that Trustee Roger Cabal got, but I also got 2 additional dirt bike things. I don't know if that's the big thing now with dirt bikes, but people have been cooped up for a long time, so I think that they're, probably looking to break out a little bit. And the unfortunate thing is that we just don't want anyone to get hurt. So I'll just kind of add to that.
That's a big concern for us because generally you don't see licensed drivers on these dirt bikes. They give them to kids with the mistaken belief that it's somehow safer than putting them in a motor vehicle to go out and drive. So we certainly see the danger in that, and we do enforce that when we have the ability to.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Chief. Next up will be Director O'Connell from the Public Services Department.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm going to go audio only tonight just because I'm out front here and let's say the connection has been wonky at best. So you can see our park visitorship is still crazy busy out there in the parks. People are just anxious to get out and about, and it's showing. So I will say what I have said for the past 3 months. We love having you in the parks, but please prepare when you come. Please social distance, and please wear your masks if you're going to be within 6 feet of people. Jeff, you want to go ahead and advance that? This is status quo for public service requests, lots of requests for potholes, so we've been busy filling potholes and repairing signs the past couple months. Also, you probably noticed we've been busy taking down some dead, dangerous, and nuisance trees in the right-of-way. Aside from the stats, I've got a lot of other things for you folks that you may be curious about. I know some of you have gotten calls on them. The Thimble Glen pipelining project is proceeding. It's taken a little bit. There was some pre-work that needed to be done with clearing it out, recammering it, but they are due to go in there and line that pipe on Thimble Glen on Friday. There should still be at least 1 lane of traffic on Thimble Glen for the neighbors there, and it should provide no disruptions to your yards. They're just going to slip a pipe right in the middle of slip a liner right in the middle of that pipe, which should help with all of the issues we've been having with that the pipe and that collapse. A couple fun things to report from the Parks and Recreation side of public services. We launched our first podcast called Hey Colerain on Monday. It dropped. It's on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. We have a great woman named Hannah McKay who is hosting it for us. She is an exceptional young lady, and she is trying to delve into some more of the inner workings of how we work in Colerain and what we do, and so to humanize Colerain, your Colerain employees for you a bit. So Trustees, she wanted me to put in a plug for you if you are, Mr. Unger, you already have, so Mr. Waller, Mr. Baker, Mr. Rajapal, please reach out to Hannah or get in touch with me, and I will put you in touch with her. She would love to talk to you. Summer programming is in full swing. It's not our traditional summer camp. So if people still have questions about what it is, check out our Facebook page, the Colerain Township Facebook page. But Waycross did an interview with some of the staff to talk about how this isn't summer learning. You're not getting homework. They're doing fun things, going to the neighborhood, doing neighborhood challenges, and just a lot of different things. So check that out. Megaland update. By next meeting, I'm hoping to have the bid documents to put in front of the trustees to bid on the project. This is a design intent bid. So bidders can work from the design concepts in there to bid on the project. So we're hoping we get a lot of creative ideas out of that, a lot of cost-effective ideas. We had to break this into phases, though, which we were not planning on doing. So the big section of the playground right now is going to, in the bid document, it'll be broken down into phase 1 and phase 2, because we don't have any more information on the state capital appropriations budget yet. So we can't go ahead and complete both phases if we don't have the funding in place. So phase 1 will allow us to spend the first part of the grant, and phase 2, once we hear the affirmative on the state capital appropriations, then we'll be able to complete the project. We're hoping that by the time we start groundbreaking and rolling this out, we hear about state capital funding. So when the bid documents come out, you'll see it broken down into phase 2, and that's purely so that we can manage the money that we already have and spend it before we lose it. So to the people who are anxiously awaiting to have it in place this summer, it will not be in place this summer. In all likelihood, by the time we get bid documents back, they will not be able to start construction until the late fall, early winter on it. So we are hoping that we get the state capital money appropriated to us and can have something for next season. Unfortunately, it takes time to design, to bid, to do all those things, as you know. Got a couple ODOT things that have crossed my plate lately. We've been getting several requests from residents about street sweeping Colerain Avenue. We are not responsible as Township to maintain Colerain Avenue. The state does that. So I was in contact with them. They said they were out in May, but they would try to get out again soon. They plan to do it 4 times a year. So I just made sure that they understood how important Colerain Avenue is to us, because I know we get those issues a lot. So hopefully they'll be out within the next month or so. And secondly, I am happy, Mr. Wekwak will probably give you more information, but as the trustees know, we have received almost $750,000 of the safety, an ODOT safety grant. This is the first time it required no matching funds, and we are going to use that grant to build a sidewalk on Pippin Road, the west side of Pippin Road, from Struble to Stout. And Mr. Wallert, it will be 6 feet wide is what we put in the proposal. And it will also correct there's a wonky crosswalk upon Stout. It goes catty corner through the intersection. So it'll correct that. And ODOT gave us the money to put a mid-block crosswalk in across Pippin by Mary Way to connect that subdivision in to the sidewalk. So we are very excited about this project. I know the schools are going to be very excited about this project too. There's a good percentage of kids who walk from south of Northwest High School to get along Pippin to get to school, and it was obvious by the goat passes that they had worn along the side of Pippin Road in the grass. So lots of stuff happening in public services, but we're very excited about everything.
Okay.
Thank you. Go
Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you, Jackie. Go ahead, Raj.
Jackie, I really sincerely thank you so much for this great project you did. Prepare the application to submit for the sidewalk project on the Pippin Road. There was a lot of, like you said, a lot of proposal came because it's very critical how you prepare the applications. And this is your biggest achievement since you started the job in the Colerain Township. And you know, you worked with Bree and took a lot of tirelessly contacting her and preparing the application. That's a very, very critical part. And I, once again, and I really thank you for that. And other thing that you mentioned, go ahead. Yeah. Other thing you mentioned about ODOT, they did sweep the Colerain Avenue on May. I think you and Jeff Mills again contacted Justin. He's a really good guy, and they're going to send the little pickup people up there, contractor pick up all this on the Colerain Avenue Road and the median. They might once again come back and sweep the Colerain Avenue. So I was hoping probably end of July or first week of August. But they will be doing all the picking, all the litters and cleaning up the Colerain Avenue very soon. And thanks for contacting Justin again. Thank you.
Jackie, thank you for the report. I have 3 brief questions. We had spoken about Heritage Park, about either getting a sign or something so that people don't crash into each other on the pathway.
Ask me that again, Mr. Waller. I'm sorry, you broke up.
Yeah, we had talked about maybe getting a sign that said "Move right to pass" or something on Heritage Park on the walkway, because we've got people kind of going in different directions, and bikers and walkers, and of course I sprint it.
Yes, we, yes, thank you for reminding me of that. That is in our queue for Heritage Park signs. People are going to see more signs in Heritage Park because we are putting up a small dog park that should be ready to go in the next couple of weeks for dogs under 25 pounds. We just added on to the back of the current dog park so that we could separate big dogs and little dogs. So yes, the Stay Right sign is in the queue for the new Heritage Park sign.
Okay, great. And just on the banners, do you have an idea how many we've filled yet for Springdale? The military banners?
I believe we're at about 35.
Okay.
So
Great.
after the last trustee meeting, we had a rush of them. So yeah, we still have them available. And when I had talked to Mr. Green, we had talked about opening it up to veterans first and then active duty. And we still aren't full on veterans. So if anybody has active duty personnel, Colerain residents, Colerain graduates, former Colerain employee or former Colerain residents, please check it out. It's under Discover on the Discover then Memorials on the Colerain website.
All right, and the last thing is you're not going to like this. They pushed off the start of school week.
What did you ask me?
I said, did you hear they pushed off the start of school week?
Oh, great. No, I am not going to like that. I need my kid to go back to school, Mr. Waller, today, drop off at your house.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
All right,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Director O'Connell. Next up is the Planning Department and Director Iona.
Thank you, Jeff. The numbers for my report are as follows. Permits seem to be up in 2020. As you can see, actually, we're doing a banner year this year. In fact, we've had months where we've hit the highest month on record since we've been keeping records of permits. So that's a good thing, especially since we're in the middle of a pandemic. As it pertains to Board of Zoning appeals and zoning commission applications, those are trending a little bit down, but we still have half a year left. We have had some substantial projects, however, come through. So as it pertains to the BZA numbers, we try to work now, you'll probably see a reduction in those because we try to work now with applicants before they apply to make sure they understand the regulations that they're applying for relief from. And if it's a project that that they stand a chance to get an approval from, or that may be a good idea, we let them know that up front. Or if it's just going to be a tough road to toe and it completely is against the ordinance, we try to let them know up front through the pre-application process so that they're not wasting their money or their time on those applications. As it pertains to violations, they're up. You can tell that 2020 is another banner year for violations. I'm excited to say we're rolling out our new code enforcement system. Part of that really brings a focus on the Colerain corridor, which is something that I don't think we've traditionally done, but I'm really excited to roll that system out and some other systems. And it's going to take a little while to do it, but I think that we're starting to see some of the benefits, like as far as just our workflows internally. But I think, by this time next year, we're going to look back and we're going to see a lot of progress in that. So I'm really excited to see that moving forward. And as it pertains to abatements, these are down. I do want to point out that, the vacant foreclosed property registrations is one part of this program, and then there's the vacant building maintenance license. And as it pertains to the vacant foreclosures, this is something that, if you check MLS, you're going to see a lot of pending properties throughout Colerain Township. In fact, I looked at it just the other day, and there were only 4 properties for sale in East Colerain, and 3 pages of properties on this, on the Sipsey Klein website, and everything was pending under $180,000. It was just, it was amazing, which is a great thing. You know, however, it's not a good thing for the foreclosure program. Good problem to have, but that is why those vacant foreclosed properties are down. I will tell you that we have revamped just over the past month our vacant building maintenance license program, and these are like your vacant buildings, not the foreclosed properties. You know, and we do have some of those on the Colerain corridor. So we're refocusing since we've revamped that program on our code program, and we're starting to focus on the Colerain Avenue corridor. And in fact, we've even revamped every communication we have in that program, and it's yielded pretty good results over just the past month. We've gotten, you know, about a 50% compliance on those, and I'm excited to see what we can do with the enforcement part of that revamped program. As it pertains to housing court referrals, I mean, those are just you know, part of you know, one of the things that we've talked about internally in code enforcement is, you know, how can we get property owners or residents to come into compliance prior to taking them all the way through the court process. So we've looked at adding some additional communication, you know, and some final notices and things like that, and even knocking on doors to try to get those numbers down. But typically, by the time we do get properties of the civil part of the code enforcement cycle, by the time we send them something that they have to go to court, a letter stating that, hey, you're subpoenaed to court, you need to show up, they typically will come into compliance, and we'll get 50 to 60% compliance the week before they have property owners before they have to go to court. So again, always looking for ways to improve things. And, you know, I can't be any more proud of staff. You know, we've been down a senior planner for about 4 months, and you know, it's taken a little bit longer than we'd like to have had on our seasonal role because we pivoted the code enforcement. And I tell you what, you know, we're getting things done just as effectively. We're staying up to date on all of our initiatives, and in fact, we're ahead on many of them. So I'm really proud of my staff. I do want to point out a couple things that came up tonight. One was the disclaimer that was brought up by one of the citizens in the citizen's address, and that is something that came about by a fence that was installed in a property that has covenants and restrictions on fences located in the front yard. We do not enforce covenants and restrictions because every subdivision since the beginning of time has covenants and restrictions, and they're all a little bit different. You know, what was popular or in style for covenant restrictions in the 50s or 40s and 60s is completely different than what they are now. So keeping track of all those is very difficult, and something that we can't even enforce anyhow. That said, though, recognizing the problem and the question that they had about including a disclaimer in our application, that's certainly something that we can look at and evaluate adding into the application. As it pertains to 8634 Pippin, that was brought up by a resident. I've sent an email off to the code team, and they're going to put that property in the queue to take a look at and see if there's anything we can do from a code enforcement standpoint as far as unlicensed or inoperable vehicles. And then recently this year, we created a hammer and a heart list where we identified those organizations that we could reach out to if we had a problem that didn't fall exactly into like our jurisdiction or our realm. And I'll make sure that they also reach out maybe to the Hamilton County engineers to see if there's anything they can do about sight distance with vehicles in that driveway. And then the last thing I have is, again, I pointed this out earlier, and it was that, you know, we've had a vacant senior planner position for quite some time. After a considerable hiring process and a lot of very qualified applicants, we have decided to select Taylor Grunwald to fill that position. I can't tell you how excited I am on behalf of myself and the department. Taylor comes to us from the port, and she brings a lot of experience in the actual implementation or the doing of planning, which I'm really excited about. You know, planning departments across the region typically are involved in planning and development review, long-range planning, which is actually creating the plans, and then sometimes they're involved in code enforcement. But not often enough are they actually involved in the doing. And that's one of the things I'm really excited about after we get this comp plan done, is that, we've got the plans, now it's time to make the plans happen. And we've got a great strategic plan that we do every year. And I'm really confident that Taylor's gonna bring a wonderful skill set to the team and really help us out on the heavy lifts that lie ahead with getting some of these wonderful ideas and things that we've identified as the vision for the future of Colerain Township. So with that, I will go ahead and close my administrative report.
Thank you, Mr. Iona. I had a couple questions, if it pleases the chair. Thanks for all the hard work on that. I have I think we talked about this, but I just want to make sure, this is like my pet peeve, the signs on the telephone poles that are whatever. Not the I lost my dog or I lost my cat, but the ones that, come sell me your home for cheap. I almost feel like pulling those down myself, but it probably is not a good idea. But if we could focus on that. The other issue that I really want to kind of force the issue on are the commercial properties. I want to talk a little bit about, because we've had a number of complaints about commercial properties and trash and things like that. We had Hobby Lobby with some 50 tires behind it. Folks, Hobby Lobby isn't dumping tires behind their own building. But I really, and this I guess comes in with the enforcement with Chief Denny too. I want to throw the book at these people that are showing up at places like the Kroger and dumping trash. So that's something that I really want to work with. It's breaking the law, and I want to go after them. I mean, that's something that I want to put a focus on. But the last thing on the commercial property is the idea of kind of zoning use certificates. The way we have it now is that if there's a business that takes over for where another business is at, do they necessarily have to get a different use certificate?
No, so it depends. If it's a similar use to a similar use, there's no certificate required. However, if it's a change of use category, so from like a restaurant to a nail salon, that would trigger a change of use. But like one nail salon to like another nail salon, or like a barber to like a hair salon, may not trigger a change of use.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, and maybe this is something you could kind of tell us what it'll look like, and we'll see if the other trustees agree. I'd like to have a zoning use updated when it's new tenants for a number of reasons. Number one, it keeps an accountability, and it keeps a hammer over people that they know that we're there. Number two, it keeps a kind of continual database of who owns it, who's in there leasing it, that type. So it gives us the information, because I think that we're going to find that a lot of these places are the same places, and this will give us additional background and context to kind of encourage them to change their ways. And it also, from a perspective of selling the township, I think it's a great idea, a great thing to say, look, 88% or 92% of our commercial properties are already filled. I would imagine if somebody had that information, it'd be a lot easier to sell a commercial piece of property or something like that. Is that something that we could kind of look into, maybe exploring, is kind of a multi-use kind of vehicle in order to, help grow development, but also to hold some of the commercial owners responsible and start to solve some of these issues with trash and dumping and things like that?
Wow, I think that's an excellent idea. And I echo your sentiment. I think that's an excellent idea, because it ensures that we're getting compliance and that these uses, meet the zoning code. And then at the other side of it, it helps us build that relationship with those people, and it gives us the data and the contact information we need if anything, if we need to make them aware of anything, or if there's issues with any property violations. I think the way to roll that out would be to maybe implement like a change of use permit but take it a level deeper than what we do now. So instead of category to category, it's just, you know, any new occupant in a tenant space would be required to get a change of use permit. We could do something like a very nominal fee of, you know, like 10, 20 bucks or something like that, just to cover, you know, the review time. And then, you know, that's something that, you know, we could maybe even set something up online that they could, you know, make it quick and painless. And then, you know, over time, you know, over a year or so, we would slowly be able to get all of that information, and we'd have that wonderful, you know, Rolodex of, you know, names, contacts, businesses, and any other information that we were looking for. And, you know, it would certainly help with the new approach we're taking to code enforcement, which is, you know, that more diplomatic approach to, you know, reaching out and contacting business owners and property owners on the corridor. So I would be excited to take that project on, and I think it's something that we should definitely look at maybe for 2021 to work into our work plan for the 2021 strategic initiative book.
Okay, great. Yeah, so let's talk more about that. I don't know, Mr. Wackback, if you had.
Let me, Mike, following the comments from Matt, is, you know, that's a question I'm going to ask you. Good thing that Matt jumped in it. But anyway, this is very critical. Not the business dumping lot of thing. I'm going to mention about Hobby Lobby, the tire thing, which I worked with the Rumkey, helped them remove all the tires. But I'll tell in my trustee report, I think the business, we should be actively closely monitor some of the businesses, let this happen, and severe enforcement to the business sector also. And we got to come up with some type of planning, installing camera. The business could install camera. They had a camera inside. They can also put a camera outside. They can report any kind of dumping, illegal dumping happening. So they find out, they can call, give that tape to our police department or zoning enforcement. They can follow up on that. Something I discussed with the Hobby Lobby manager, which I will talk about this in the trustees report. I think we should follow very closely the business also. We also make it illegal dumping. I got a big message from one of the residents of Colerain Township. Her name is Patty. Matt, did you get that message from her too?
No, I did not. I did see that on a Facebook post, I think. Yeah.
And that's if people are very angry, let the business get by with it, and we need to go after the business. We'll sit down and talk about this, some strategic planning, how we can handle this.
And I think I want to stress that it's not always the business. I think what happens is that we villainize each other because people are angry because they go to the old Kroger and they see it just piled up and they're like, why is this? And our code enforcement was by 2 days ago. I mean, they can't be by every 12 hours. And in the meantime, somebody who did a criminal act, created a criminal act, goes and dumps their trash, their mattresses, tires, and people get mad at Kroger. I mean, it's a little bit of a victim thing too, and we don't get anywhere because we're just yelling at each other. When really we need to find out who the heck is doing it and absolutely just hold them accountable.
Yeah, and oftentimes when we run across these bigger picture nuisance issues, dumping, what have you, we work not only with our police department collaboratively, but we'll actually work with the Environmental Crimes Task Force, which is in coordination with the Sheriff's Office and Hamilton County Environmental Services. And so with those, we'll certainly, keep that on our radar and work with them as well. And, when it comes to items and big picture things, that might be a perfect segue into my report if we're ready to move over to admin, which is to look at strategic plan mid-year in review.
Yeah, I'll explain. I know it's time to move in my trustee report, how we can do this. And I actually talked to some business people. Go ahead. Thanks, Mike. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So, board for admin report, we have had a busy couple of weeks. First and foremost, I want to briefly just touch base on the strategic plan. We're halfway through the year. which means that we have accomplished a number of things. So there's this great landing page, which you'll be able to find on our website, that provides, in-depth detail on our various KPIs, which are key performance indicators, as well as all of our different strategic initiatives. So as I scroll down on this cover page here, you'll get to a section that provides a snapshot on where our different strategic plan items are. We had 123 things that we set out to do this year. That's a lot. And we're about halfway through the year. The majority of them are still on track to be completed in 2020. Some of them are a little behind, and we've got some notes down here as to why. Certainly COVID has been an issue, and some other issues have popped up that have prevented us from moving forward as we would have originally liked. But that information is there. And part of the reason that I say that conversation that you all just had is a perfect segue is, as you all know, at the last meeting we passed the tax budget, which is sort of the kickoff for the budget year for 2021. So over the coming meetings, what would be very helpful to administration is if those types of dialogues continue to happen at trustee meetings. Things that you all want to see addressed in future strategic plans will help to provide us the direction, to help us shape our budgets, and to make sure that we're aligning everything with the vision of the trustees.
Right.
And so, that can be as broad as, hey, staff, this is the number one issue we need to solve in Colerain, go do it. Or it can be as specific as a specific program like a zoning use certificate or a change of use certificate. So keep those things on your radar, and certainly, continue to have this dialogue at our meetings as we move forward. With COVID, we'll have to kind of weigh how we can do some of our public input. So I also encourage you to reach out to your sources and figure out what information you can from them on things that they might be looking to see. The next thing that I want to touch on here is actually an update on the pretty incredible event that we had happen last week. So as you all and hopefully many of the members of the community know, we had a COVID testing site, which was not a small endeavor. On the screen here, you'll be able to see some images from that event. So the way that we structured our pod, we used various parking lots throughout this campus, and we were able to navigate and flow the traffic through our public works facility. So that's inside the facility there. Then we've got an aerial shot that if you look there, as you see on the left side of the salt dome, you see the traffic as it's coming through. We had cars double stacked. Here you'll be able to see a little bit of some of the flow as it's exiting our parking lot in front of 4200 and working its way through the process. This is just another aerial image, an image of our beautiful exit sign. And for some very quick unofficial stats from public health, this morning they were telling me that they had over 952 tests over 6 hours, which equates to one test every 23 seconds. So that's a lot. But the more important thing, and the thing that I really want to highlight, because I think it speaks to the tremendous job that our team did, we did not have a single car get backed up onto Springdale Road. 954 cars, or 952 cars, sorry, and no backups onto the road, which is fantastic. I did want to share this important information for anyone who did get tested at the event. 513-946-7800. If you receive a phone call from this phone number, answer it. That is the Public Health Department following up with you on your test results. They've indicated to us that if you received a positive result, they will contact you the same day that they receive that answer. There may be a delay if you have a negative result. So, don't get super impatient, but they will be reaching out to each person individually. If the individual did not receive or did not provide a phone number when they were going through, but provided an address or a email address, they will either send you your results via email or over the regular mail. So, at the end of the day, we've got some incredible staff here, members of the police department, public services, fire, the health department, Army Corps of Engineers, and honestly, the support from the three of you men at the dais here helped to make this thing a success, and I couldn't be more proud of how our organization performed. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on how that event went at this time.
Jeff, I think it's amazing work, the teamwork you guys did to put together this COVID-19 testing. I saw that it's well planned, and cooperation of, like you said, fire department, police department, public works, and everybody on the same page. I was very impressed. very impressed how they smoothly it went. And when I hear the other places happen, big catastrophe and everything, here in Colerain Township is a well-planned operation. Good job.
Yeah, I'll just add, I called Mr. Mills, I think about, I don't know, 3:15 or something. He goes, there hasn't been a car to back up on Springdale yet. I'm like, you're kidding. I couldn't actually believe it. It was a fantastic job.
Excellent. So thank you guys on that note. In terms of the COVID conversation, it is kind of a dynamic and fluid situation, as we all know. The governor recently instituted a new alert system for the various counties throughout the state. One of the things that admin, as well as the COVID-19 internal teams, which is consisting of all the different department directors, our EMS coordinator, and some other key departmental personnel, we've been meeting every week throughout this pandemic. And this past week, when the state came out with their new guidelines, we wanted to see if there was any applicability and if we should start to think about relating this alert system to how we conduct our meetings. So, originally the board had kind of indicated to us that as long as the governor's 10-person maximum limit was in place, that was sort of our rule of thumb that we were using for meetings. Internally, we drafted a memorandum, which I shared with all three of you, that basically looked at tying how we conduct our meetings on a continuum scale to whatever level we're at based on what the state is telling us. On the positive note, the state comes out with their updated ratings typically on Wednesdays, so we would have plenty of time to communicate out whatever that means for Colerain Township meetings. On the negative note, that takes the decision out of our hands a little bit, not that we couldn't roll things back if we ever needed to. So, if we are under a level 4, which I know right now we're under a watch, what that would mean in order to try to balance and ensure the highest level of safety for our citizens, our staff, and you all would be to consider only allowing public comment through email. Say if we get down to as low as a level 1, that would mean we're back to basically normal with social distancing guidelines in place in this room. So I wanted to put that out there for food for thought and feedback from you all. Certainly to the extent that, and I'll rely on Larry here, if Larry believes that there is formal action that needs to be taken, then certainly we'll come forward at the next meeting with formal action, but I'm just not 100% sure on that. So,
Right.
If we have a little time to think our way through that, we can talk about it at the next meeting. I think things have been going well the way we've been doing them.
Yes.
Agree.
All right, we'll plan on potentially bringing that back to the next meeting, just depending on how the climate. For all we know, there will be something completely new that comes up with this virus that we were not anticipating. On a different note and different topic entirely, the CCA Yard Award is still ongoing, so please submit your nominations for beautiful yards throughout Colerain Township to Jesse Urbansic in the Planning Department. So if you've got a well-maintained yard, please send that along. And as a final note of admin report and sort of a somber note, we did lose two former township employees over the past couple of weeks, Marion Coates and Jim Spears. And I want to express my deepest condolences to both families and also just share that I've heard nothing but positive things about these individuals, and they will be very sorely missed in our community. Some of them, they've done some incredible things with different groups that they're a part of, and I wish their families the best and hope that they can reflect on the positive contributions that each of them have made to our community over the decades. Finally, to get into some of the citizen questions that were proposed, I know that's important for all of us. Bruce Pirano had asked a question around how much money was spent on the KZF study. I believe if you go back to the September 10th meeting, that was where we approved the contract. It was roughly $20,000 for that 275 interchange work. In response to some of Kathy's questions, progressive discipline is defined under the discipline policy, and to the extent that an internal employee refused to respond to a request for public records as directed by the fiscal officer, then they would be subject to that progressive discipline within the policy. When it comes to accrual of hours, what we did was we took the existing information that was in our current policy book, which said if you were within your first 5 years of service, you got 10 days of vacation. If you were within your first 10 years, you got 15 days of vacation, and divided that out by the 26 pay period. That's how we came up with the rates, which are included in the policy book for your discussion and deliberation later today. When it comes to how we've been accruing, vacation and things like that, I think that there's been a little bit of a misunderstanding externally. We have historically, ever since I've been here and prior to that, we've been accruing your vacation dump on your anniversary date. So that chart that you all seen and was referenced in the packet that, says that there are some employees that have gone 26 pay periods roughly without a vacation accrual, that's true because their anniversary date is coming up in the next few weeks. And so when we first talked about that issue way back when, I brought up that we could come up with a solution to make sure that everybody internally was made whole on things that they were expecting to receive. And so that's what that agenda item is related to. And I'll be happy to answer more questions on that later. And then when it comes to the effective date of the policy book, we do update on the cover page every time that we adopt a new policy book when it was modified. Certainly one of the things that I spoke to Ms. Moore about, that I forgot to do when I was pulling this all together was looking at maybe putting that at the bottom footer of each page. So once it's finalized and adopted by the board, that's something that I can look at and see if it's not too cumbersome to find a way to maybe do that as well. And so I think that addressed some of the hanging chads, as it were, from the policy, or not policy, but the various citizen comments. And with that,
I think if I could just ask, I think with, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Moore, but when I read that question, what hit me is the whole vacation thing, so that we know when that cutoff date is, I guess. And that would be something I guess we would internally have too, but it would almost be like a double check. I think we have, I think we've answered it. Oh, the IRS refund situation. I don't know if.
I was going to address that during my trustee
There you go.
report.
All right, then we'll have an answer
I
to
can mention it right now.
Okay.
Kathy has asked that question repeatedly over many years, predating, I believe, Raj's and my term, and I don't know that she likes the answer. My answer to it was, I think it would cost us more than $60,000 to get that money back. That is something that happened prior to anybody who's currently sitting up here, anybody in the room for that matter. That all happened before any of us were here. I believe we'd have to go back to some of our employees and have them readjust their either 2014 and 2015 income. Is that what the years were?
well, it depends. I mean, so if we wanted to go all the way back and do all of that, we may have some difficulty with some of those employees not being around anymore, especially
Right.
given the nature of the program and the nature of the role that program was designed for. I would imagine
Something
a
that
lot of
happened
them
under
aren't here.
previous trustees and previous administration, and keep asking the question, and, I mean, she periodically likes to ask that question, which is fine.
Who has the money? Did we overpay the IRS, or was it overpaid through, I guess, did we overmatch, like, Social Security match?
So my understanding of the situation, it has to do with what type of retirement contributions were being taken out at the time. And you all feel free to correct me if you have different information. Like I said, this was before I was here, but because of that, there was an IRS penalty for not having the correct amounts withheld because it was being withheld for a different type of
It
retirement.
was not an IRS penalty, Jeff.
Okay.
What happened, these firefighters were working as part-time employees and therefore were being paid Social Security instead of PERS. And unbeknownst to the administration, some of those employees that were working part-time worked more hours than they should have. And the PERS people came and said, you should have been paying them PERS, not Social Security. We did not agree because it was the position of Colerain Township that these were part-time employees. They were not entitled to be paid PERS, and they should have been paid Social Security. We entered into a settlement with PERS by which we agreed to pay PERS a certain amount of money in order to settle this. And it was not the full amount. And we also reached an agreement, part and parcel, as to the number of hours the firefighters could work and still be considered part-time employees, so as not to be required to pay PERS. Therefore, money was not paid back to Social Security because, as you said, a number of those people were gone. but also because the township never agreed that the people should not have paid Social Security in the first place, that it was just a settlement of a doubtful and disputed claim, and we had a settlement agreement, and we did not admit any liability in the settlement agreement.
And what year was that for, Larry? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
What year was that? Did that happen?
That was before you all were, any of you were trustees. I don't remember the year. I could find it, but
I think it was.
I can't find it now because my computer is got the screen on it. It would take me some time.
Oh, no, that's fine. I believe it was 14 and 15, something way back when. But the question keeps coming up, so. The question keeps coming up, so thank you for refreshing all of our memories of something that happened before any of us were here. So, did you have anything else for the administrative report?
That is it. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, sir.
Before we go to trustees' report, I would motion that we take a 5-minute break.
Good.
So I motion that we take a 5-minute break.
I second it.
Is there any discussion?
None.
Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
All right.
It is 10:15. Let's try to be back in here 10:20 or so.
Thank you.
Okay, and the board has returned. It is 10:23 p.m. Mr. Baker, would you please call the attendance roll?
Mr. Rajagopal?
Here.
Mr. Unger?
Here.
Mr. Waller?
Here.
And the next item on our agenda is a trustees' report.
Roger, Matt, would either one of you like to go first?
Anyone go?
Sure, I'll keep it short. Just a reminder, July 31st at Houston Elementary. I get Houston what the new name of it? It's always been Houston Elementary to me, but the preschool, pre-education, July 31st at 7 o'clock with Chris Green and his Veterans Memorial will be putting the plaque on for Ivy Barrage, who died in service in Vietnam. His family will be there. His wife, who lives on Blue Lark, and his son is actually flying in from Las Vegas. They were interviewed this past week by Channel 9. That's going to be on Monday, so please tune in. And it's a incredible story. That Ms. Barrage talks about how they met, which is really something straight out of a storybook. It's really, really unique. Congratulations to Mr. Kesterman, who's now no longer acting Department of Health. And as many people probably know, we're governed by the Hamilton County Board of Health, and they have been very helpful in helping with the COVID situation, helping setting up the test site, and they've been fantastic. And I think that is a new all-time quick trustee report.
For that, you are congratulated. Go ahead, Raj.
Thanks, Dane. I just want to announce, we probably heard Jackie said that ODOT gave us a grant of $750,000 for the sidewalk from the Northwest High School along the Pippin Road to Struble. And this is something that many times I talked about this during the trustee meeting. I've been working with the ODOT, the director of the planning, Tommy Arnold. Tommy Arnold is a great guy. We become very, after talking to him, become very good friends. And also, he sent Bree to meet with Jackie to show her how to fill out the application. And Jeff Mills took one step ahead to hire some consultant because there's many the proposals came, and we don't want to lose that grant because of COVID-19, the money has been reduced, the funding is reduced. So they did a great job in filling up the applications and submitted on time the ODOT. That's very important, on time. And so there's plenty of time. Actually, before time of the final, the deadline, in case something happens, they can send it back and correct that application, resubmit again. But the ODOT was very impressed with the way they submit the application, and he went to the safety board, and ODOT granted $750,000. That's a great work, and the children will walk safely from the high school to along the Pippin Road. I really thank all the teamwork you guys did on this project. I'm very proud of that. Second thing, we heard that that people are dumping tires, over 60 tires, dumping in the Hobby Lobby. I contacted Larry Riddle from Rumpke. He's more like a coordinator, and he spoke to higher up people. He sent that Rumpke truck to that Hobby Lobby. They made it like a three trips to pick up all the tires, and took it without any cost. It didn't cost us any money at all. And there's some other things. Larry Riddle did this to help our neighborhood clean and safe. Then my next question came. I spoke to Brad Miller from the Health Department, and also I also serve on the Solid Waste Committee, and we say how we can to minimize or avoid the situation to happen again. He said, well, what we do, Solid Waste Committee hired a sheriff's patrol, full-time officer. His name is Brian. He's doing a wonderful job. His job is just drive around finding out the illegal dumping, primarily the illegal tires and dumping and all that. And they said they're going to put a camera to monitor. This is the second time it happened at the Hobby Lobby, and twice Larry Riddle and helped us to remove the tires without any cost. And we really thank him for this outstanding job. So I want to talk to the managers at the Hobby Lobby. And you know what? We're tired of doing this. We're tired, dumping tire up here. So you need to install the camera in our back of the building so that you can monitor who is doing this. And right now the health department going to install the camera temporarily to catch the people, but we need to find a permanent solution. Like Matt, we talked about, so business also have to get involved in catching the people. They can submit that a tape, a video, whatever it is, to our zoning enforcement people or police department. Like we heard about Kroger doing that. And so the Hobby Lobby people agreed. I think they thought it's a great idea to install cameras. And if we can do that, pretty much tell other business who find all the illegal dumping is happening, and we can avoid this situation and make our township environmentally safe. That's the important thing that I really want to stress out. Something we'll sit down, we'll talk how we can enforce the business community also do that. Okay, I'm really proud of all the guys. Finally we find out that we got a great teamwork going. We got a great what do you call that, dream team. And keep on doing the good job. Thank you.
What a great lead-in, Raj, because a lot of people probably tuned in tonight thinking they were going to see the All-Star game, but they get to hear about your dream team. And if you're watching thinking you're about to see some baseball, we do have our All-Stars here, and that's two Jeffs and Raj and Matt. So thanks for the lead-in. That's my lighter note. I think we all can't wait until we get back to some more of the normal things that are going on. And you talk about our testing that we had for the COVID virus, and I think you did a great job with that. whoever was involved in organizing it. We had 952 tests. Those are people who likely would not have been tested, and you're probably going to have a few positives pop up out of that. And so people wonder why there's a surge. Well, it's because there's just so much more testing. I've personally been tested twice. Both were just part of some regular, I recently had a colonoscopy. Well, TriHealth wants you to test before that. So that was a negative test, but is that accounted for somewhere, or do they just count positive tests? You know, I heard that the state of Ohio just went over or somewhere near 3,000 deaths from COVID, or where COVID is at least listed as maybe one of the reasons. I would just ask people to keep in mind that the population of the state of Ohio as 2019 was 11,690,000 people. So 3,000 deaths, which can be attributed to COVID, out of 11,690,000 people, that's a pretty small percentage. You've got a better chance of being hit by somebody texting and driving or something else. So yes, it is a health issue. I do take it seriously, but don't live your lives in fear. Live your life. And there's just so much information out there. I don't really hear anybody talking about what a percentage this is based on the 340 million Americans that are out there, or the 11,600,000 that are in Ohio. In response to some of Mr. Miller's comments, that nice building that Rumpke has, and it's one of the most beautiful buildings in Colerain Township. It's a very new building. Rumpke paid for that. The township did not pay for that. There was a TIF which helped support the construction of Generation Drive, which opens up a lot of industrial park space up there, and maybe we'll be able to draw a few businesses in there and increase our tax base. So that's what the tax increment financing was for, and what that is the increased value of the property generates more taxes. Well, rather than send that money down to Hamilton County, the previous Board of Trustees voted to keep that money internally to do an improvement right here in Colerain Township. So Rumpke did not get any type of tax break on that. We just built the road next to a lot of developed property that could be developed. That's a better way of saying it. And Raj mentioned that Rumpke picked up some tires. Well, that's great. There is a cost with that. Rumpke does pay their employees to go out and do that work. That was very kind of them to donate that service to us. With regards to different people and how, with regards to Mr. Miller's comment about Joe Dieters and how Jeff Weckbach may have been hired here because he's a buddy of Dieters, no, I would say that's a not. We came down there and got you.
Ironically enough, even when I worked at Hamilton County, I don't know that I crossed paths with Joe once while I was there. So
right, well, just to clear that up. And as far as myself, I have been in the private sector my whole life, starting part-time in 1976, going full-time in 1980. So I'm 44 years into Social Security, and I'm not on any type of pension program or anything except the Social Security that likely won't exist someday down the road. As far as gathering information about the different businesses that come and go, we probably conduct annual fire inspections on some of these buildings, and that might be, we might already have some of the information that we're talking about. With the illegal dumping, we do have, I know we had a project down on East Miami River Road that we had some deer cameras, and we were able to figure out who was dumping down there. And I really appreciate, it's been a lot of fun being trustee. I really appreciate the work. Yes, you do get some people that like to criticize you, and I appreciate Mr. Miller's criticisms, but I would disagree with everything he says. And then one of the other questions that was not answered from one of our public comments, as Mr. Mills indicated, and this will come up on the agenda in a moment or two, indicated that he may seek other employment if his contract is not renewed at this time for 2021. If not, there is no reason to approve his contract at this time. Again, the board is disregarding due diligence. Mr. Mills has 5 more months to prove his value to the township. What is your rush? Well, when we hired our last administrator, it took us almost 4 months to get somebody. We went through a process, and we started with 24, we interviewed 11, we interviewed 6, we interviewed 2, and we came up with nobody in particular out of that group. And then we ended up hiring our interim administrator, which was Mr. Mills. So it takes quite a bit of time to hire. So if we're going to retain Mr. Mills, I would just as soon get that done now in July so it doesn't become another project we're working on for the next 4 months. So that would answer that question from the public participation part of the meeting. I think we read everything else, and with that, we will move on to new business.
Thank you, Board. The first item of new business tonight comes to you from the Police Department and Chief Mark Denny.
Good evening. We've got one item tonight, Board. It's a motion recommending adoption of a motion to allow Township Administrator Jeff Mills to sign an independent contractor agreement with Dr. Mark Cleary for psychological wellness services in the amount of $5,600 for 2020. The goal here is that this works out and it's checkup for our police officers. Then I'll come back to you again next year for a year contract where it'll be 2 visits for each officer. So this will be one half-hour visit for every one of our officers to with a psychiatrist to talk about whatever issues they may wish to talk about, and it's confidential and it stays between them and the doctor.
I would motion that we allow Jeff Mills to sign the independent contractor agreement.
I will second that.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? Chief, I think it's a great program that we're talking to our officers and giving them outside counseling. There's a lot of things that they face, not just the everyday dangers of the job, but a small yet very loud minority in the public that basically calls for their overthrow as a police force. And that's not so much here in Colerain, but it's been pretty much out there nationally, and I think our guys do a great job. And part of this is you being proactive in engaging a contractor for these services, which is why we have a great police department here. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I just would echo that. I know that when I first met with Chief Cook and Chief Denny, that was probably in my top 3 or 4 questions about what are we doing to make sure that we're taking care of men and women in uniform with mental health issues. It's a very stressful job. I think it's significant.
Is there any other discussion?
I totally agree with Dane and Matt. We got the great people working for us. They do a lot of dedicated work, and there's something that we need to provide them some kind of help when they need it. And this is a great program, Chief.
Thank you.
It's been motioned and seconded. Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Yes?
Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Waller?
Yes.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Board. The next item comes to us from our Fire Department with Chief Frank Cook.
Board, I have one item for you to consider this evening, and that's a motion to accept grant funding in the amount of $2,945.41. This request to accept the funding from the State of Ohio's Division of Public Safety Emergency Medical Services Priority 1 Grant Program. The funding will be used to equip the department's emergency medical services.
I will motion that we accept grant funding as described.
Second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Chief, going after this grants. That's good work. Appreciate that.
And thank you to all our department heads that continue with the challenge of going out and finding grant money to supplement our revenue.
Thank you so much.
With no other discussion, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Board. The next item comes to us out of the Public Services Department with Director Jackie O'Connell.
Good evening again, Board. I would like to ask you to recommend adopting a motion to approve the 2020 Catch Basin Project contract for $138,589 with Untitled, and to authorize the Township Administrator to execute all related documents. As you know, we went out for bid on the catch basins earlier this year, and Alita was the lowest bid. They met all of the requirements. We worked with them before. And this would repair 42 catch basins in the project, and there is a map attached so you can see it's all areas of the township. This is not all of the catch basins, but these are our highest priority that have just, due to lack of manpower and time throughout the years, have just fallen by the wayside. So I would ask you to adopt the motion to approve the 2020 catch basin contract.
I'll motion to approve the 2020 catch basin contract.
I second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? Control of stormwater and preventing stormwater from getting into the road base is one of the key things that'll extend the life of your road. So I think this is critical to get at these basins and get as many done as we can. That's the main thing to preserving our pavements. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to also add that, I think part of maybe going forward next year on the plan is to, I think we've had a policy kind of deferring maintenance on some of this stuff. Let's catch this before we have to go to this extent. I think ultimately we're going to save money with this. We can't keep repairing it. I'm sorry.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Next item.
Thank you, Board. Yep.
Thank you.
Next item comes to us from the Planning and Zoning Department with Director Mike Iona.
Thank you, board members. I have one item for the board this evening. Hold on a second, I have to pull it back up. Oh, there it is. Okay. So the item I have is a resolution declaring nuisance and abatement on the following properties: 3539 Alamosa, 3545 Alamosa, 3505 Beavis, 2848 Brampton, 9880 Colerain, 9705 Dunraven, 9832 Dunraven, 7481 Eagle Creek, 7262 East Miami River, 9449 Laura Linda, 9831 Laura Linda, 2794 Peterbego, 9192 Pippin, 9521 Pulver, 9622 Sacramento, 2408 Sean, 2409 Sean, 10201 September, 2884 Willow Ridge, 9929 Capstan, 2702 Niagara, and then 8317 Royal Heights. Again, this is a resolution that allows for the removal of uncontrolled vegetation and or refuse or trash at the properties, and staff is recommending approval of this resolution.
I'll motion to declare a nuisance and ordering abatement at the addresses provided in the Mr. Iona's motion, resolution.
I second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Next item.
Thank you, Board. The next item comes to us from administration, and this is a resolution for ballot language for a levy for the fire department in the amount of 3 mills. So background on this: at various prior board meetings, we've had a lot of lengthy discussion around, the needs of the fire department, the multi-year outlook of the fire department, and ultimately the board decided at a prior meeting to certify millage to the county auditor in the amount of 3 mills. So at this point, with that being the only amount that you all have brought forward for certification, you all are able to consider a resolution for adoption of some ballot language for a 3 mill levy. You have until July 28th to make this decision if you want to get something on the ballot for the November election. And so at this point, I would recommend approval of a resolution to proceed with a levy, or proceed to levy a tax exceeding the 10 mil limitation for fire and emergency medical services for Colerain Township in the amount of 3.0 mils.
I would motion that we do such a thing.
You said 3.0 mils, correct? Okay. I'll second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes. You want me to go first, Dan?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Raj.
I always say in the meetings, our fire department, one of the finest in the country. They provide outstanding job protecting our people, providing safety, putting the fire out. I see a few times how these guys work tirelessly, dedicated their life, almost sacrifice their life to go and save lives. You know, we want the best department. We need to continue to have that best department. And of course, it takes some money to build that type of fire department. It is a bad time to go to ask people to, put the levy on that ballot, ask more levy. But in the long run, our department is continue to grow and continue to provide the best service for our community. I think, I know the timing is bad, but it is needed. I strongly support this.
I have a question, Jeff, on item 1 under the resolution. It mentions this amounts to 11 cents for each $100 of valuation, but in parentheses, it says 10.5 cents. And I discussed that with you earlier, and could you please provide some clarification on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when this resolution was drafted, it was based off of the ballot language that was brought forward for the last time Colerain Township had a levy, which was in 2014. They had a similar issue where there was a half cent with the way that the dollars worked out, and the resolution at that time rounded the language, but the parenthetical was the important part in terms of the ballot language. And Larry, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of that of which I'm saying.
I'm not correcting you because you are not wrong.
Okay. And my other comment would be, this is half of what the fire department came to us when I met with them in January anyway, and we all met separately with them. This is half of what they had asked for. I've always, yes, this is, I think everybody here is a homeowner in Colerain Township, the 3 trustees and Mr. Baker are, and I do understand the needs of the fire department, but we have to balance that with the ability of people to pay this, and that's why it's half of what they've asked for, and hopefully they'll be able to, do something productive with this. I know our paramedics and different people are not all that well paid. Nobody's going to be a millionaire off of this, and that's why it's 3 mills. And if you're going to put it to the voters, I just as soon put it at the general election. I'm no fan of special elections or off-season elections. It actually costs the township less to put it on the ballot with so many other issues that'll be on this November versus having it, during a special election. So with that understanding of that 10.5 or 11 cents and my comments about the ability of people to pay for this, those are my remarks. Did you have any comments, Matt?
Yes. So this is something that I've given a lot of consideration to over the past month. And I think that we definitely, I think we should applaud the fire department for kind of lengthening out the last levy as long as they have done. I mean, they got 4 or 5 extra years out of it. I have some serious reservations, however, about the timing. I think that to do this during the middle of a global pandemic that we don't know where it's going is a problem. I think that the state has offered us kind of ways to push this down the road to next year. Senate Bill 4, I think we can probably squeeze out about $250,000 from TIF money that we can use. We've got the CARES money coming. I'm not convinced that it seems as if the levy answers some problems, but not all problems. It appears as if it's enough for operating expenses, but not capital expenses. And I'm concerned that we're not answering the long-term problems associated with the capital expenses that we have. And kind of the answer that the board has given Mr. Mills is, yeah, we want new department, we want new physical places too, but figure it out. And I guess that all that together makes me really question the wisdom of doing this now. Now, that said, if there's one on the ballot, I'm going to vote for it. But I haven't lost a job because of COVID. And, you know, I mean, financially, if it were up to me, I would have picked the higher of the levies because I've used the service. My family has used the services of fire and EMS. But I just have to look at what's going to be sustainable for the long term. And, you know, and that's why the state did Senate Bill 4, and that's why we're getting CARES money, is to kind of bridge this gap a little bit till we figure out what's going on. I don't know. I mean, you know, Mr. Unger talked about some statistics from Ohio. I get that, but then I have a cousin that lives in Houston that called me this morning and said the obituary page was 43 pages long in the Houston Chronicle. I don't know where we're at. To quote the former Secretary of Defense, I don't know what I don't know. And that uncertainty bothers me. It's not a reflection on the fire department because they do fantastic work. They've saved my mother's life twice in the last 2 weeks, practically. And you know, it's one of the highest ranked departments in the entire country. And they do great work. I just want them to be there sustainable long term. And those are my issues with the levy as it stands now. Respectfully.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments, Raj?
I understand the Matt's opinion, his thoughts on this mills, but I read the economy pretty much. We're going to go through this for a long period of time, economy downtown. At the same time, the situation we are going through, we need the fire departments, the ambulance services, the quality of service we need. That's very, 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 very important when you live in a community where they look for the safety. The people want to save their life. First thing they'll do, call the ambulance. And we had the best fire department in the country. Didn't we get that big award? What is the award we just had?
Yeah, so I don't know that we've done any of the PR around it, but we won the International City County Management Association's award for program excellence in community health and safety for our QRT program, which was another great award for them.
So we also known for the innovator on the QRT program in the country. You know, this all will happen because we got to keep the personnel, keeping up the personnel with salary competitive to other departments, have the proper equipments, you know, proper ambulance, and can give that. Chief just told that his presentation, his response time is 5.1 or 0, something like that, seconds, minutes. That is such a 100-mile radius of Colerain Township, 60,000 people live, and that's a very proper time to respond to save lives. I know I feel very bad, like, you know, levy, I pay. You got to see how much tax I pay. Unbelievable. But the 3%, but 3.0 mil, you know, in the long run, it really help our community.
If I could just add, I'm not talking about cuts. I'm suggesting with CARES money and with Senate Bill 4 that in some other kind of shuffling the deck that we can maintain the current service for 1 year till the next time, and I think the voters will appreciate that. I keep going back to a gentleman that came here from Groesbeck about the sidewalk assessment, and you know, he discussed it, what a hardship that was for him for the sidewalk assessment, and I guess, you know, it just gave me pause as to, hey, you know, are we asking too much at a time that people are already saddled with a lot of issues? I have absolutely no desire to cut fire at all. And my suggestion is that we tap, you know, CARES and Senate Bill 4 money and whatever kind of is available in order to fill that gap for 1 year. Now that means that we're shuffling other things around. I get that, but to me, the economic conditions are such that I'm concerned enough about it. So, at the end of this month is when the unemployment compensation runs up. The additional, $600 a week. It may be extended for a moderate amount of time, but as an individual, I can control the sales tax I pay because I just buy less stuff. I can control, I guess, my payroll taxes are commensurate to how much I earn, but the one thing I can't control if I lose my job is my property tax. And that's what always kind of concerns me. It's no reflection on fire whatsoever. I just think that it's a reflection on the economy, and I think that the state has given us kind of I think the Green is extending their self a year with Senate Bill 4 money. That's just I know that I will lose this vote. I get that coming in, and
I don't know what's going to happen.
I just feel like I am. I
don't know what's going to happen until it happens.
Well, either do I, but based upon what you guys have said. But I think it's important to make the point that we have other real legitimate concerns. And with that, I will stop because.
Well, I'd like to make a couple more comments. I'm fine putting the question to the voters, and if the voters turn it down, that's fine. We'll figure something out. It will involve cutting a lot of things. As far as the capital improvements, we've previously discussed that there's some long-term debt that finishes up in '21, and I think at some point we need to replace one of the firehouses, if not two of them, and there's money there for that. And as far as my own personal math on this, I've mentioned previously that I've had my homeowner's insurance with State Farm, which is a obviously well-known company, and our fire department rating, and I've talked to my agent about this doing my homework, our fire department rating saves me about $70 a year on my premiums, as opposed to if my same house was in another place that didn't have this fire department rating. So I'm kind of taking that view of it. Yes, there's a lot going on right now, but I don't want to put this on during a special election because it would cost us whatever that number is, $100,000 to run our own election. Right now, we're going to be on the ballot with the presidential election, a lot of federal seats, and this is just going to be one item on the ballot. And so with no other comments, I'll just ask Mr. Baker to did you have anything else?
No, not Dan.
Mr. Baker, if you'd please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajgopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
No.
Next item.
Thank you, Board. The next item deals with the CARES Act. So as you all may or may not know, both the county and the state are looking at dispersing different dollar values down to the local level, including Colerain Township. In order to receive those funds, we would have to establish individual funds on our account ledger to track these dollars as they are received and then expended. Ironically enough, the state and county, as of this morning on a call I was on, are still kind of working out the details on what is and is not an allowable expense. So we continue to follow their guidance and hope to be able to come forward at a future date to actually appropriate those dollars once we know, A, exactly how much we're getting, and B, exactly what it can be spent on. So we'll continue to evaluate that, but for the current item, I recommend adoption of a resolution establishing funds for CARES Act dollars received from the state of Ohio relative to House Bill 481 and the federal CARES Act, which may be expended only to cover costs consistent with the requirements of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act.
I'll motion to approve the resolution establishing fund for CARES Act dollars from the state of Ohio relative to House Bill 481 and the federal CARES Act, which may be expended only to cover costs consistent with the requirements of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act.
I'll second it. It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
None.
So did you guys already make any plans how to spend the money, or once we get the money, you're gonna sit down?
Yeah, so there's a really big question right now that we're still waiting on direct guidance for, as well as some of these other entities, on what exactly is allowable, especially when it comes to things like public safety type expenses,
Right.
and how we are able to either correlate some of those directly to these dollars or not. And so once we get that guidance, I think that'll be the final kind of crux on, helping to guide how we would use these dollars.
I would suggest respectfully that we wait till after November, because if the fire levy doesn't pass, I think we have an idea where we're going to spend the CARES money.
So the really hard part with that is that it all has to be spent
on COVID.
before December 31st, but depending, and I don't know exactly where those public safety dollars lie and what's eligible or not, but even prior to that, they want you to have either spent it all or encumbered it all by October 31st. So
But we could use, for instance, like all first responder salaries are going to be, from what I understand, talking to the speaker, all those are going to be applicable, so that we could then readjust things from the general fund.
So that was some of the early guidance that we had received. Some of the more updated guidance is coming from the federal level, which is suggesting that they have to be doing something substantially different than their original day-to-day. And so that's what we're kind of waiting to get some more direct, concrete, yes, you can or yes, you can't. And certainly when it comes to the issue of expended versus encumbered, I don't believe that we would be able to, say, encumber salaries. So that's kind of where we're going to kind of...
And this is just establishing an accounting procedure so we don't commingle these funds.
Yes.
That's a requirement of the...
That's the only thing this resolution is doing. It's not...
That is correct.
Citing anything else. So I believe we do need to establish separate accounts to make sure that we can track this this money.
Yes.
That's a legal requirement of the...
Right.
Would the senior citizens get benefit, anything, because protection or safety?
Yeah,
or,
I mean,
you know, providing even the meals.
Yeah, and so
they cannot go to the groceries.
the nice part is with our meal program through Council on Aging, that is reimbursed through the Council on Aging. And so they've told us to expect to see our expense go up, but then our revenue also go up in equal and commensurate amount to cover those expenses.
Yeah.
I don't know what their funding source is to get those meals dollars, and that's where it's, we'd have to connect with them to make sure that we're not double counting.
We use this for our seniors citizens program we have, Colerain Township. Right?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, potentially.
Yep.
Good.
With no other discussion, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item deals with the policy book. So this is kind of a hand-in-hand type of motion. So as you all recall, when we were discussing policies during a meeting, a trustee work session, we talked about how switching from vacation dump to accrual per pay period was potentially going to leave some employees not getting what they were expecting to get within the calendar year, depending on when their anniversary date was and things like that. So there's an attachment in the agenda. What's actually really convenient about us making our agendas available as far in advance as we do is that it also gave some of our employees an opportunity to double check the math and make sure their numbers were correct. And there was one number that was incorrect, and so I'm going to submit, and I'll give you all a copy here in a second, an amended attachment to correct for that employee. We had their wrong years of service credit, so that just changed their number slightly. And essentially, the way that we've worded this motion, if the policy book did not move forward later on the agenda, we as staff would not go and add these dumps to individuals' banks. So having said all of that as sort of an introduction, I recommend adoption of a motion to authorize a one-time vacation dump according to the amended attached schedule, contingent on the adoption of the updated policy book, modifying time off to accrue vacation time with each payroll. And I will hand out this amended schedule to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll wait till you get back to your microphone. So the one on here that is, I guess I can ask this before we bring this to the floor, because it's, the one on here that you've changed is for which employee?
That would be for Mr. Michael Iona. He was incorrectly listed on an internal spreadsheet as having fewer years of service credit. When we were informed of it, we connected with HR, dug in, realized that yes, he was correct. We were incorrect, and so this would correct for that to give him the appropriate amount.
Okay, then I see that. It goes from 4.62 to 5.54.
Correct.
So do I need to motion to amend the agenda so that we can do this amended?
Larry, if they entered into a motion with an amended attachment, would that suffice?
Yes, they can do that's all they need to do is to add the attached, amended attachment. They don't need to amend the agenda.
Okay.
So what are we changing Mr. Iona to?
Yes. So his accrual per pay period rate changes from 4.62 per pay period to 5.54, and the dump amount changes subsequently from 106.26 to 127.42.
So I'll motion to amend the schedule provided so that Mr. Iona's rate changes to 5.54 and his to add changes to 127.42.
And is that the correct motion, Larry?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that is correct.
And I will second it. It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
None.
Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. Now entering into old business.
Hold on a second. I'll motion to approve. I'll motion to approve, let me get the full title here. I'll motion to approve the authorization of vacation time adjustment for non-contract employees as amended. We now need to approve all we did was amend it, now we need to approve the motion, the resolution.
That sounds correct. Is that correct, Larry?
Yes,
Okay, I'll second it. It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
None.
None. Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Thank you, Matt. Sometimes I get so excited about policies, I can't wait to jump in on that agenda item. So
Interestingly, because I'm so excited about motioning and legislative and.
that's right, Robert's Rules of Order, right? Okay, so the first item on old business is a recommendation of approval to adopt a resolution for a new Colerain Township policy manual. So we had a couple work sessions on this item, and ultimately we have incorporated changes per the direction of the board during those meetings, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have on this item.
I will go ahead and motion adopting the township policy book, updated version.
I will second that.
Been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? So this on the cover page, it'll have an approval date of the day we approve it, which would be
Yes.
the date that you have on there, July 14th?
Yeah, so the current page says modified July 14, 2020, first adopted January 22nd, 2019.
Okay.
Were you going to add that onto the, like the running title, the running head or something too on each page?
I'm going to do my best. If it winds up being something that is going to take hours upon hours
It
upon
throws
hours.
the whole pagination off.
Yeah, I may not, but I'd certainly, if there's probably an elegant and easy solution just using technology, and I will do my best to make
Okay,
that
great.
happen.
I appreciate that.
Is there any other discussion?
None.
And so you got the motion and second on that, right, Jeff? Okay, then please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item is an old business item that I believe was introduced by the Board at the last trustee meeting, which is a resolution reappointing Jeff Mills to the position of Township Administrator and approving attached agreement.
I would motion that we reappoint Jeff Mills to the position of Township Administrator and approving the attached agreement.
I will second.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? This does not involve a change in pay. This is just extending his contract, which would expire this December, extending it for 2 more years so we can do better long-term planning.
Correct.
And is there any other discussion?
Sure. I want to, as long as I know Jeff, anything I request, any project I request, you take it seriously and make it happen. My first experience with Jeff Mills was the East Miami River Road, and and that was my one of my dreams of become a trustee to make the Miami East Road, redo the road or repavement. And he acted very quickly, set up the meeting with the county engineer, and we have Fred Slim came to the meeting, worked at the project, made the application right on time, so get the project started. Same thing on the sidewalks. Anything I tell him to do, he do really well. And Jeff Mills is very goal-oriented. He make a lot of initiative, making things happen. He got a good work ethics, and he also achieves extraordinary results. And I'm really looking forward for next 2 years to Jeff Mills to serve as administrator.
Is there any other discussion?
I'll just add that, I think that Mr. Mills does an outstanding job, and happy to extend that.
Thank you. With no other discussion, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item in old business is a similar discussion. This would be a resolution reappointing Jeff Weckbach to the position of Assistant Township Administrator and approving attached agreement.
I will motion to reappoint Jeff Weckbach to the position of Assistant Township Administrator and approve attached agreement.
I second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Sure. Jeff, you're doing an outstanding job. You also, you did a great job while you were working in the county. And we brought the talent here. And even in the absence of Jeff Mills, you take the leadership role as administrator, you do it really well. Okay? And there is important department under you, and I see that marvelous changes happening in each department, and you're the key player on that. And you and Jeff Mills and your department head, you all work together, build up the strategic planning, which it's like our guidance book for the township, this year and what we're going to do next year. It's like something never happened in the Colerain Township history of the township government. Never happened. And you guys did it. And you worked hard and put together the program. And your relationship with the writing a contract with the other departments is great. And we really love to have you as our assistant administrator. Looking forward to work with you.
Just echo those statements. I think that you do a fantastic job. You're so detail-oriented and just thorough. I know that when I get an answer from you, it's going to be a thorough answer, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the attention to detail, and I think you're a remarkable asset here in the township, and I appreciate everything you do.
And me as well. Part of the public comment, we did receive a page of your employment agreement, and circled are the words, agree that the within. And if you read through that, it says, the parties agree that the within severance pay provision shall constitute employee's sole and exclusive remedy for the breach of this agreement. And that has to do with termination and severance pay. And actually, if you read through that, it makes sense. But while I'm looking at that, I notice on the other side, which was the vacation dump, somebody's got a stamp on here that says approved July 14th, 2020. Is that the stamp that we put on there?
That is not, to my knowledge, a stamp that we would have put on there.
Anybody, Mr. Baker, did you stamp approved on here, or who submitted this document to us that has approved stamped on it?
That was part of the public comment that was submitted by Ms. Kathy Moore.
Okay, so nobody here at Colerain Township is stamping documents approved July 14th that we didn't approve until tonight, so this was previously stamped.
That is my understanding.
Okay, and I just happened to notice that on the other side of this page, so that would be my discussion. Jeff, hopefully this resolution passes, and I really appreciate the work that you do here, and so with that, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye. Congratulations, Jeff. Next item.
Yeah, thank you, board, and just want to say real quick and briefly, and I think Jeff would say the same thing, that, you know, we've got a tremendous team. That team includes you all, as well as all of our department directors and the 250 plus employees at Colerain Township, and nothing that we do isn't possible without a great team in place, so appreciate the support. And with that, we can get into consent items, and I will briefly read through what is on the consent agenda tonight. So we have a new hire with the fire department. There are several there. So the recommendation is to approve all consent agenda items. This would include Zachary Crandall as a fire emergency medical technician, basic EMT at $14.50 per hour. Eric Martin, firefighter EMT B at $14.50 per hour. And Tody Vandegraft, firefighter EMT B at $14.50 per hour. The next consent agenda item would be for a new hire for a senior planner for the Planning and Zoning Department. This position was posted, applications were received, and interviews were conducted. The conditional offer for this job would be for $28.85 per hour for 40 hours per week, year-round. And we're super excited, as Mike Iona said earlier, to have Taylor come on board with us. We think she's got a great skill set that's going to complement that office very well. And she would be eligible to begin work as soon as July 27th. After that, we have a donation acceptance in the police department for $40 from Joyce Crouch. So thank you, Joyce. We also have a donation acceptance from the fire department in the amount of $600 from Mrs. Judith A. Woost, in appreciation for our community risk reduction and fire prevention services. And then finally, on the consent agenda, we have a donation acceptance for the fire department in the amount of $120 from Mr. Charles Gay, and that is for some work that was done out of Station 109. So with that, I recommend a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I motion to approve the consent agenda as provided.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I'd just like to thank the folks for donations and welcome aboard new employees. Look forward to working with you.
Is there any other discussion?
None.
We always appreciate folks that donate to our different departments. And we appreciate their donation. With that, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
Thank you. The next item is the fiscal office report. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Board. I just wanted to give a, since it was mentioned in citizens' address in regards to public records, just like to give a brief update on just that, public records. To date, as of today, we have received 266 public records requests. We have fulfilled 196 public records requests, 109 of which from April 1st to today. We have, just to give you a breakdown of, again, there's 3 individuals that make up about 74, close to 75% of those requests, with 1 individual approaching a little bit over 1/3 of those requests. And to keep that into some perspective, I know that, you know, we use Green Township a lot as an example because of their close proximity to us. But to give you an idea of what 266 public record requests in a half a year means, first of all, that's about 1.5 record requests a day. Our neighbors in Green Township have received to date in 2020 9 public records requests.
One of those was mine, I think.
So we've received 266. Our neighbors at Green Township have received 9. So I feel like we're doing an outstanding job of managing these and trying to prioritize these. Obviously, we always try to fill the oldest ones first. Sometimes those take a little longer. If there's one that's newer that gets filled sooner, it's because it's a little bit easier to fulfill. One thing I would add to this is based on HR numbers, or numbers as they're put into CSR. So these are just numbers of requests. And I would say this, that 266 isn't a fair characterization of those, because I would say on 50% of these requests, there's more than one request within that HR number. Some instances, there are 4 or 5 requests that are filled. So you can actually multiply that 266, I would think, by at least 2, as in terms of the amount of information that has been provided to the public in regards to public record request. So I feel like we're doing a good job there. And with that, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thanks, Jeff.
And with that, the next item would be, I don't think we have a need for an executive session.
No.
Not to my knowledge.
So our next item would be adjournment.
I will move to adjourn.
I second it.
It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Baker, please call for a vote.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Mr. Waller?
Aye.
This meeting of the Colerain Township Board of Trustees is adjourned at 11:22 p.m. on Tuesday, July 14th, 2020.
Good night. Be safe.